Hello, everyone. Welcome,
Hello.
welcome to Off the Rails with our lovely guest, Mino Mieko.
Hello.
How you doing,
Is
Mino?
it time?
Or actually,
Do I need
I
to
know you don't like
introduce?
me. People calling you Mino.
No, I don't mind it. You're fine.
No, no,
I
no.
don't mind either.
I saw your tweet. Or was it a tweet? Where did I see?
No, I never
Someone.
said that
Oh no,
though.
it was you. It was. I know. I saw you ranting about it. Not that you
I
didn't
just
like
thought it
it,
was funny.
but people thought that your name was actually Mino.
I mean, it's because my Mino is like the first name that comes up, and then Mia goes after, right?
Right.
Like I don't mind. I'm cool with either. It's okay.
I honestly don't
I just
know
think it's funny.
why I called you Mino, because I always call you Mie, and then I read my own
You
stream
do.
title and saw Mino first.
Yeah. It confuses people.
Oh gosh. But why don't you give yourself or give a lovely introduction to all the beautiful people here?
I, Mire, Mie Hello, I am Mie Komina. You can call me Mie. I am an Amaita Human. Angel and training. I traded my boobas for immortality. I'm 148 centimeters, and I am a polyglot, so I speak English, Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, and Korean. Hey.
Which is pretty insane because I speak English and not even that well. So,
You do! You're good at English. You're more eloquent sounding than I am.
I mean, I don't know about that. Maybe on stream
Yeah,
I come across that, but if you've ever heard the
you do.
recordings, then
I mean, you sound like I feel like when streams on, you sound more profound and like just you have an air around you that's like a professionalism air.
well, I do. I mean, I am somewhat of a streamer myself. Just kidding. Also, thank you so much, Zatham, for the super chat and Paradox for the super chat. Even though you say that Mia, my beloved, hello, I'm here for you, not the cat.
Oh, thank
I see how it is.
you.
I see how it is. My own chat turning against me. Oh
It's because I'm
gosh,
cute.
it's true. You are cute, but I'm
Thank
also a
you.
cat, so I'm cuter.
That's not true. Dogs are cuter than cats. Fight me.
I can't believe you would say this. I'm getting bullied on all
I'm a dog
sides.
person. I'm a dog person. You can't blame me.
The only reason why I'm not a dog person is because I've got scars from dogs. So,
Ay ay ay.
like if it's my dog, I love it. If it's anyone else's dog, I don't want to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm afraid of big dogs. Like I love them from a distance. I can't go up to them and not be afraid.
What's funny is I actually feel much more comfortable around like larger dogs than I do like the medium-sized ones. I feel like the
Oh.
medium-sized dogs have that like we know we're not big, so we're gonna be absolutely terrifying in place of that. Whereas like a big dog is like they're just big fluffy boys. You know, they're great.
Ah. Nah, I think for the most part, I've lived my life around small dogs, especially because I lived in Hong Kong for a bit. So everything's kind of small over there. No one can really take care of big dogs. So like I'm used to the small dogs. It's only after I moved to Canada that I saw like a golden retriever for the first time, and I'm like, holy, that's a big ass dog. And I freaked out.
So I grew
Yeah.
up with my grandparents own a ranch. Well, sort of
Oh.
a ranch. It's like a mini ranch, but they've always had like really big dogs, and so have all my cousins who've lived in that area. Everyone's always had big dogs, whether it's like Rottweilers. Some of them have had Great Danes. I've actually got a aunt who legally raises wolf dogs, and if you've never had the experience of meeting one of those face to face, that's a different experience. Seeing one of those up close and personal is uh They are something else. They are something else. They are just
Mm.
like it's like it's too big. It doesn't look like a dog.
Does it look more wolf than dog?
The ones that she breeds are a couple generations down, so they definitely are closer to dogs than they are wolves. They still have kind of that like triangular, like more angular faces,
Like
but like
huskies?
they kind of like huskies because I think that's what they're bred with
Mm.
is huskies.
Mm-hmm.
But I can
Mm.
tell you that they do not like meeting new people until their
Oh.
owner like kind of welcomes you in. Because if they don't know who
Ah.
you are, they're just like they growl at you, and growling from a big dog is terrifying,
Yeah.
especially when it has the
Oh
teeth to back
god.
it up. But
Oh yeah.
once they know you're good, they're like your best friend. It's so weird.
Hey, it's like welcoming you to the pack.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
But
Alright.
it's yeah. It's just
Was
so.
that the tangent you were explaining to me
What I'm
earlier?
telling you, we just go on tangents here. If anyone who's been here for a while knows that if there's a topic, there's like a 50% chance we'll actually talk about it, or we'll talk about D&D for 3 hours, you know.
Oh god, I cannot get into D&D. I tried. Trust me, I tried. Me and Frey tried to get into like Frey tried to bring me into a D&D thing. I didn't realize how much commitment and time it would take. And I was like, "Oh no."
Most
And you
people
have to be creative for it too.
most people don't recognize just like how much of your time even
Mhm.
even just being a player in a game, it's so much time. And if you're running the game, it's like that but tripled.
Yeah. Wait,
uh
isn't D&D and Stranger Things? I remember it's like one of the first scenes where they're like playing, right? Was that like is that how it's supposed to go?
I've actually not seen Stranger Things.
You huh?
Okay, look, Mia, we're gonna get this out of the way right now. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you can probably list 10 movies that you think I would have seen, and I will have seen maybe one of them. And that's TV
Uh,
shows, anything. Because I don't watch movies. I don't watch TV.
how about Jumanji?
The new one
Any
or the old
Avengers
one?
movie? New ones. We'll say new ones.
I've not seen the new Jumanji.
The old ones?
I've seen the original Jumanji movie.
Okay, okay, the one with the monkey boy. Alright, alright. How about like a anime movie, like the Demon Slayer movies?
Nope.
A Silent Voice?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna name some old ass movies. uh, anything from Bruce Lee.
I have not actually ever seen a Bruce Lee movie.
A Jackie Chan movie. Come on. Come on,
I have
Raelice.
never
Come on.
seen. No. No.
Jurassic Park.
I've actually never seen Jurassic Park. I've seen a 3-hour documentary on the making of Jurassic Park, but I have not
Okay,
actually
okay.
watched Jurassic Park.
Okay, how about something old, something old. What's a boomer movie? What's a boomer movie?
I'm getting called a
Anything
boomer on my
from
own
Disney,
stream.
like animated Disney movies, like The Lion King, like Chad said,
Okay,
or
so
like The Little
the
Mermaid.
only caveat to the movie watching is I've seen almost all of Disney's like kids movies or like kind of older animation movies because I did a lot of babysitting growing up. I was actually a Red Cross certified babysitter, which apparently is
Oh
a
my god.
certification you can have. Um, Fun fact, by the way. So and the best way to, have kids pay attention to something is put on an animated movie. So I've seen like everything.
Up until when?
I think
Like, have you seen the newer ones?
I've seen a couple of the newer ones, but not many, to be perfectly honest.
Ah.
I,
Have you seen Frozen?
I've seen the first one, not the second one.
Okay, the first one's better than the second, so it's all good. You don't need to watch the second. Ah, if you've been a babysitter, Barbie movies.
Surprisingly, I've ever seen one,
Oh, which
which
one?
that's a great question. I don't remember the name. Look, when I'm watching movies, quote unquote, watching movies with kids, I kind of zone out. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not mentally there. I'm usually doing something else. See,
Ah,
that's
I love
why I don't
those.
watch a lot of stuff, is because I I inherited this from my mom,
Mm-hmm.
but like I have trouble just sitting there and watching something. It's so boring to me.
But you
Like,
watch VTubers.
yeah, but VTubers, okay, this is outing myself. I am very rarely, if ever, actually watching someone's stream. I will have you open and listening, but outside of that, I'm usually doing something else.
Okay, that's fair. I'm the same.
So,
Yeah, I'm the same way. You know, unless like I'll say hi and then I'll just kind of leave you on in the background and listen until I hear my name being called out. Like, oh shit, hello.
yeah, I think that's a great way to consume stream content, is you're listening for something that you want to give input on, and that's
Hmm.
fine, you know? Like, that's totally
Yeah,
fine.
which is why like I'm okay. This is coming from a person who was never into VTubers or streaming before starting to stream myself. I don't know what it's like to be a viewer of a stream, like an active chatter in a stream. I've never been that.
I have also never been what someone would consider a like active chatter. I very much am there to say my quips for like 10-15 minutes, and then you are relegated to background noise. Like,
Mm.
that's how I've always treated streams, unless it's like an event. Then I can pay attention to it, because it's like it's something special. Like, well, only if it's visual. Then like it has to be
Mhm.
visually enticing for me to genuinely want to pay attention.
Mhm. Like game shows to me are really interesting. When people hold those, I like those.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm like, okay, you're my background noise, and I'm there to support you and, help push you through the algorithm by increasing your viewer count. That's my way of watching stream content. I
Yeah.
feel bad sometimes that I don't chat because like you know people may know that I'm there and watching them like say I go into Cozy's chat and I say hi, she knows I'm there, but I won't chat too much.
Yeah,
And I feel bad.
it's always interesting, because like I feel like that sort of sentiment always happens like when you raid someone as well, right? Because like you
Mm.
raid someone, you say hi, and I don't know about you, but me, once the stream is off, I am, stepping back, and like, I'm going to get food, I'm getting a snack, I'm doing something, like I'll say hi and then I'm gone. And I feel bad because sometimes I'll have heard them like have tried to talk to me, but like
Yeah.
I'm not there anymore. I'm gone. Like, me rating you was me saying, "Hey, here's my
I'm
support.
done.
I need to go do other stuff now." Right?
Yeah, which is fair, which is very fair.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like that too. Sometimes if I feel like they're trying to talk to me, I'll be like, "Hey, I'm kind of tired. I would go have a great stream," and then they like stop trying, and I don't feel as bad. But there'll be other times where it's like, okay, I know that they're not gonna address me. I'm good to go. You know,
Yeah.
I just once I end the stream and I raid somebody, like I slowly start dissociating myself from streamer mode.
Yep.
And I feel like it's very different as a VTuber than like an webcam streamer because we have the whole model thing, right? I feel like we have a little bit more of like a persona to put on it in a certain way.
I
Like lore wise,
definitely
if people are into
agree.
it.
Because like
Yeah.
you putting on the person, like I don't move this much when I'm
Yes,
just
I
talking with
totally
someone, right? Like I don't do this, but I
mm-hmm.
need to do it to make the model, more
Move.
expressive, more animated, more interesting to watch, which means that as soon as the stream is over, my energy level just plummets. Not because I'm tired, but because I I don't need to be that energetic anymore, you know?
Yeah. Like there's only so much that a model can do, right? So the more you move it, the better. So it's more entertaining. But my God, shit. Okay, if I were to like not think that okay, there's a model in front of me, my mouth wouldn't open as wide. I wouldn't be talking as loudly. My body would hardly move. I would probably just be like this for like a good hour.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's like the dissociation takes a little bit. It takes a while to just slowly be like, okay, I can turn it off, and it's okay. I don't have the camera on me anymore. It's okay. It's the model I have to control. It's okay.
It's also why like you'll see someone on someone else's stream and you're a little confused because they're very different. When you're not the one streaming, even if you're trying to be more energetic, so you're not just like dead weight on someone else's stream, it's still just there's that level of separation that like you are so much more just chill than you would normally be on your own stream. It's super fun to observe, but
Yeah. I mean, you're like trying to lead an entire, what, 20 to 40 people, sometimes even more, just by yourself. And it takes effort. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of vocal energy. And so obviously once it's off, it's like, the viewers ain't watching. It's private now. We can rest.
yeah.
Sometimes after streams, I just feel like, oh, I'm so done. Like I've told my chat once before I raided, I was like, oh god, I'm done. Like I can feel it, and I think like I'm very transparent with my chat, so they just know. Like they know when I'm tired. It's very easy to tell. I think no matter how hard I try to keep it up, it's like they know that I'm done, and they can feel it.
I think everyone can kind of tell that though. Like any streamer who doesn't think that their chat can tell like how they're feeling at any given moment in time is a little delusional in my opinion, because it's so hard for you to hide that, because I feel like you can do it a little bit more actually if you are an IRL streamer, because you can make up for the tiredness, quote unquote, with a lot more movement of your body. But with VTubing, so much of your performance is based around your voice. You can't really hide if you're tired with your voice. That is the one thing that your body's like, nope, like you're done. You're actually done.
Yep. The
It's
vocal
so
cords
interesting.
just, nope.
Like
I think that's why people invest in such good mics as a VTuber. A lot of like webcam streamers or like people who give streaming advice for webcam streamers, they don't really consider VTubers, I think. So they'll be like, oh yeah, you don't need to get such a nice mic. You don't need to have this like fancy ass setup and stuff. Maybe you need some RGB, right? Instead, just to keep it interesting. But for VTubers, we don't need the RGB. No one's gonna see that shit. It's only for our personal benefit. Like if we want to see it. What you really need is just a nice mic. And sometimes nice model, but it's not necessary. But it's the fact that, the audio quality means so much when people be like, oh yeah, you don't need like $100 mic. You could like get by with a 50 as a webcam streamer. As a VTuber, that would not apply. Like, which is really sad because VTuber models are already so expensive. Now you're saying we have to have expensive equipment too.
yeah, it just, I don't know. There's a lot of good mics out there for sure, but I'm still of the opinion that most of your mic setup is actually not your mic once you get past a certain point. I used a Yeti Snowball for a very long time.
Doesn't Schrodinger also use one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a $50 mic can sound amazing if you've built up the environment around you to make it sound amazing. Like
that's fair.
Like the room that I stream in. And I want to get to a question from chat here because they super chatted it on just a second. But the reason why, even with my setup, I have a Shure SM7B. Like it's the streamer mic for all intents and purposes. But even my mic would not sound nearly as good if I hadn't spent a lot more money soundproofing this room or sound treating this room. I have a bunch of the really nice, expensive sound quality panels to help like deal with the reverb, because essentially the room that I'm in is just a giant box where echo would be terrible. And so if I didn't have stuff in here, I've even got like blankets over like hard surfaces and things like that, you would hear so much echo. And if you actually go back, like, I guess about 8 months now, I'm using the same mic setup, but I don't have any of the soundproofing. You can hear the echo, and it drives me insane.
Ah, see, that's what I'm kind of having to struggle with. I have to share this room with my sister, so she has like her own desk next to mine, and I cannot put up any soundproofing, and our ceilings are like 8, 9 feet high, so it's just a lot of dead air. And I really wish I could like put some stuff up, but I'm not allowed to. It makes me so angry because I'm like, this mic is a nice one. It'd be great, but I feel like I'm nerfing it. I've already put like filters on and stuff, but it is what it is.
I want to bring up something that someone said in chat. Mela says you could get a sound cage. It's like, well, the unfortunate reality for VTubers is no, you can't. Because I'm pretty sure you're on an iPhone setup as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If it was just covering the mic, that'd be one thing. But there's also making sure that the camera can see your face. So like that's why so many VTubers have that problem. It's because like for a lot of traditional solutions would work. But there's another problem with the camera needing to be able to see you. Because if you position it to where you can see the camera and it can see you, you're probably blocking a big portion of your screen with the phone, which is not a great experience, especially if you're a gaming person. Like you can't just have a phone in the middle of your screen blocking your vision. You can kind of get away with it a little bit more if you're like, you're talking more, you're just chatting. But even then, like, I don't know. For me, it's I really don't like when data is obscured for me, even if it's a little bit. And so I've got mine on a boom arm, like directly behind my microphone at eye level, or behind my monitor at eye level, so it sees everything perfectly. But
damn,
boom arms are great. I highly recommend them.
I don't have a boom arm. I need to get one, especially for my mic. It's on a desk stand right now. It has been.
You can get them for like literally like $15. They're great.
Yeah. I need to buy one off Amazon.
I have 4 on my desk. I have 2 holding monitors, 1 holding my mic, and the other one holding my phone.
Oh, I have one holding a monitor, I think. Yeah. That's like the only one I have. And my iPhone is actually positioned right in the middle of my monitor. I have like one big one that's like 32 inches and then a vertical one to the left. So I put my phone right in front of the big monitor, and every time I play games and stuff, I just put it above where the phone would like cut it off. That way it doesn't obscure anything.
Nice.
That's the only place I can think of putting it that wouldn't like bother me.
Oh gosh. VTubing setups.
Yo, how much things have you bought for VTubing?
Well, there's a very famous clip on my channel, that
not including the models.
That expressly goes over how much stuff I bought.
Really? Wait, no. Oh, wait. I do remember that.
The
one.
models were actually one of the cheapest portions.
Oh yeah.
Because like,
I remember.
I have a full working 3D setup that I barely use, but I have it. I mean, obviously the computer was kind of a lot, and most people don't like to count that as part of the VTubing setup, but you also need to, like, running a VTubing setup is not, and streaming, like doing both of those things and then also gaming, that's not something a normal PC handles very well.
Right.
So You kind of have to have a better than average PC if you don't want your frames to die, because they will.
They will definitely die.
Yep. And then if you
That's
add in
true.
any of the fun VTubing applications, like the Twitch throwing system, or VBridger, or any of the other VTubing add-ons, it's just like every little thing just stacks up to make it so that your PC needs that extra little bit of juice to just not die.
Yeah. Yo, okay. So someone asked me, why can my PC dies? Why does it die when I play Minecraft? I tried streaming Minecraft, and I'm like, well, I have YouTube Studio open, I have Minecraft open, I have like 3 Chrome tabs open, I have Discord open, and it's a lot. It's a lot more than what people would think, because I think most people just assume it's like you have the game, you have OBS, and you have whatever platform you're on. Like, no, that's not it. That's not it. I got like audio software to open. It's not, it's more than just Minecraft.
Yeah. Because if you can play Minecraft, they assume that you can just stream it too,
Yeah, bad assumptions.
No,
Bad assumptions.
very bad assumptions.
No, tis a no.
But other than that, a lot of the stuff I've bought has actually been relatively frugal. Outside of the audio setup is actually the majority of the cost at this point.
Well, I could hear the money in your voice.
Because I spent the first money I ever made on YouTube went to buying like super high end sound paneling for this room. I bought 6 like super big panels. They're 3 by 6 or 3 by 5 feet, I think. I've got 6 of those. And then I have the Shure SM7B, I have the Go XLR. It's like those 3 pieces together, I think is about $2,800.
Oh god. That's a car.
Yeah. Because the panels were like $250 each or something like that. But
You bought a car.
I did. But to my credit, look, the sound paneling was paid by YouTube. Everything else was because once I built my setup, I made the resolution I was not going to upgrade it except for stuff that came from YouTube. So at this point, I've got some new stuff that I've added to it, but I've only upgraded through money from YouTube. So it doesn't feel bad. I was actually really proud that I was able to pay for mostly the all the new scene setup and stuff when I kind of rebranded a little bit. That was like the scenes made by UU Media, the animations and all that stuff. That was all paid through YouTube as well. So,
ooh, nice.
But like it's kind of crazy getting to this point because I definitely was not financially or fiscally responsible when I was first doing it. I wish I could just go back and not have my 3D setup because that would have basically paid for everything else.
Oh god, yeah, that. See, I'm the opposite. I'm trying to get a 3D setup.
It's a lot cheaper now.
Is it? I was gonna get Vive trackers.
Okay, well then it's not cheaper now. Because that's what I have. Is I have the Valve Index with 4 base stations and 6 Vive trackers.
Oh shit!
Oh, Zathan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Hey, wait, I need to allow gifts on your channel. Allow them gifts.
You do need to allow them gifts.
I hate how you have to allow them. Why can't I just have them? Bring it YouTube.
I have a
Let me have them.
I have a funny story about that actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I got gifted subs by someone. I don't remember who. And I was like, oh, that's super cool. Because like this is right when Gifted first came out. It was great. It was cool, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But then like a month later, and like it was a lot of gift subs. It was like 10 or something, which
Oh,
you
that's a
know,
lot.
when you're first starting out, like that's a lot of gifts.
Yeah.
Like that's a big freaking deal.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but like, and so I saw the, the nice big shiny number go up, and then a month later, they all disappeared. I'm like, what happened? It's because no one claimed them, and I was so furious about this because I had also gifted subs to a buddy of mine, Vtuber Senpai, and those had been refunded to me, and I was like, why YouTube? Why would you do this? Just because they weren't claimed? Why are you refunding it? That's
What the fuck?
so I made a video. I was it was only live for like a day and a half because I talked to the YouTube rep and they were not happy with me about making that, but it's fine. Where I was ranting about this exact situation where like people could gift subs and you giving, this is my opinion. If I have made the decision to gift subs to a streamer, I don't actually care if they are actually gifted to people. If no one claims them, I still wanted the money to go to that streamer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't refund
Like, that's
me.
why people gift it.
Like, don't refund me if I'm trying to support a friend of mine because no one claimed. That is the dumbest. Oh, it infuriated me. It's
fair. I mean, I'd be pissed too.
like, I think they've fixed it for now, or people have just like kind of wisened up to it. But like, it was the weirdest. Because I made it's actually my highest retention video I've ever made at 90%.
Oh shit.
Where I'm basically just, it's unlisted now, but like, I'm just ranting about like, if you want to support your streamers, don't gift them memberships, just super chat them. Because they will guaranteed get the money super chat, but gifted it could get refunded, which is so dumb. Like, it's so dumb.
Yep. It is very dumb.
But I think they fixed it now. So, for the most part, because I haven't seen that happen in a long time.
Would you actually prefer if, like, now that you know that it's fixed, would you actually prefer if someone gifted you subs or like gifted memberships to support you, or super chats?
These days, definitely gifted, because I do put up some membership content. I've been actively trying to put up more. Like, just for instance, hey, all new members. I put up all the music like a week or two before I put it up on Spotify, and people can like help me name it if they want to. And a lot of the times I go with a lot of the chat suggestions, and I post, behind the scenes stuff of like things I might be working on. And like, if the split is the same either way, I think most people would prefer gifted memberships when they're actually working correctly. Because it's just, personally, you feel a little bit closer to that community if you're someone who didn't want to, get a membership before, but you can now. It's, I don't know. It's definitely, that would be my preferred. Just because
I get it.
I just feel like it's better.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, super chats are just direct support to me, right? But memberships are like, the viewers also get something out of it. Like, they're paying for something, not just to support me. Like, they're getting more. I feel like it's just worth their wallet, not just mine.
Yeah. Also, thanks.
I do a lot of membership stuff.
I know you do. You're one of the people that I pay attention to. Be like, okay, I know Mie does a lot of this stuff. I should really do more stuff. But also, thank you, Paradox, for 9 months. But yeah,
I don't know. I don't think I do that much stream wise. Actually, no, I take it back. we have very different content. I'm sure we've talked about this just a little bit before, but like because I stream so much, I have a lot of membership only streams to like back it up. But I've run into this wall lately where the amount of gifted memberships I'm getting is like a ton, right? And one of the perks of being a member is number one is to obviously have access to Discord server channel thing, and the second is to play games with me off and on stream, like at the lowest tier of memberships. But because I've gotten like 200 or so members, sometimes 300 should the gifted memberships be high that month. I cannot play games with 300 people when Genshin only has a max number of friends at 60. It's impossible to filter out. So I've had to change my membership perks to be like, okay, tier 2 and up can game with me on and off stream. Like, it's too much otherwise. And I hate that I have to do that. I think it's one of the sad things about growing as like a VTuber is the fact that more people are gonna be finding me and wanting to interact with me, but I cannot cater to every individual like I used to when I had like 10 viewers per stream. It's such.
Yeah.
What are you cooking, huh?
Well, I have a lot of things cooking right now. But a lot of them are still programming focused, so I need to figure some stuff out. But I do know I need to do more membership stuff because like why shouldn't I?
Why should
my problem is I've gotten so focused on a lot of my other side projects that aren't streaming specific and aren't like just making videos. They're related to videos I will make in the future, just not yet. They're not done yet. I can't do the things I want to do yet. I'm building the tools to let me do the things that I want to do. The tools are just not complete.
I see where we're different. I see where we're different now. You're very like, I want to do this in the future. I'm very much like, what can I do today? What can I do tomorrow? You know, I'm very like in the present moment kind of person. So when I think of streams, it's like I'll plan them on the Sunday that I have to come out with a schedule. Like I don't plan them a week in advance or anything like that. So
I have the rest of this month planned. I know exactly what I'm doing. Actually, because I've actually pushed a few back. I actually know what I'm doing for most of May as well.
Oh my god. See, no, that's not me. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I think I'm streaming. I think I'm streaming tomorrow. But like next week, I have no idea what's happening. I'm gonna come up with it the day or the moment that I sit down and make my schedule. I will find out what I'm doing next week. I can't plan things for like a month in advance. It's just I can't do it. I think that's why I'm so stream focused. Honestly, like because streams are just like a one and done. Right? You sit there, you stream for a few hours, and you're gone. And it's just there for people to watch. If it's like a clip or something, it's like, okay, how's this gonna go? And you plan for stuff, and sometimes you can leave it and then come back to it. Like I can't do that. I can't. My attention span's too short.
See, for me, it's more about the less time I think about what I have to do, the more I can focus on other things. Because like for me, knowing exactly what I'm doing next week doesn't mean that I'm going to do exactly that. It just means that this is the plan. But if things happen and a new idea like spontaneously just works better, I will run with that. But for me, it takes the burden off of me of like not having to wonder what I'm going to be doing, is like knowing, okay, this is the plan. But if a better opportunity arises, then I will, change. And it like that's what happened last week. Is actually this week, last week, sometime in the recent past, we were supposed to do like designing a chat mascot. And then I went on a 2-hour long exploration of all my D&D adventures. And like, that was just I personally think that stream was fire. right? Like it's not what I planned on doing at all, but so then we just bumped that to the next week, And so having these
Ah.
plans is like, I know what I'm going or I want to do. And I can change from there and it's totally fine. But at least for me, it just helps, I don't know, it gives me a roadmap to the things that I want to do.
See, I see schedules as like a set in stone thing. It's like if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. And if I don't think I've ever changed my schedule around. Like maybe only once. I actually have to push back a stream tonight because I'm going to Hot Pot tonight. I'm gonna push it to tomorrow. It's like that's the first time I've done this within like the past 2 months, I think.
I'm going to
So
let you
I
in on a
see
little
schedules as
secret.
set in stone. What?
I don't view, okay. This is adding myself in front of my own chat, but my schedule only exists to tell you when I am streaming. Because that will be consistent every time. The content of said stream, don't show up to a stream expecting we're gonna do that thing. Just if you want to see stream, show up at the time, something will happen. There's like a greater than 50% chance we will be doing something completely different.
No, I could never. I could never. The thing is, okay, and when I started streaming, I didn't even come out with a schedule. I just started stream at the same time every single day. Like I streamed at 11 p.m. until like 3 a.m. every single day, and it had to be at that time because my family was asleep and they didn't know I was streaming. So because of how consistent I was, everyone's like, okay, you don't need a schedule. We know Mia's gonna be streaming at this time today. And if she says she's taking tomorrow off, then she's taking tomorrow off. That's it. I would schedule streams 10 minutes before the stream started. Like, I didn't plan for shit. It just happened. Like, if I wanted to, then I'll do it. But the thing is, it had to be every single day. I mean, now that I started making schedules, though, like the same kind, I feel like my mindset hasn't changed. Where it's like, I'll do it at the same time, and if I'm gonna stick to a certain content, I'm gonna do it, and I'm not gonna change it. Yeah, I don't know.
I
I guess
think
that's where we're different.
I think it comes down to how we view streaming differently. Because for me, streaming is not my focus
Oh
in
yeah.
any way. I love streaming, but on the tier list of like things that I need to do, streaming is what comes most naturally, so it occupies the least amount of mental space. Mint called me out for this, but it's really true. Streams for me last exactly as long as I stay energized. Once my energy is gone, the stream is over. Like, it is done. And everyone who's been here for a while can attest. The second I feel like I have finished whatever topic we were on, the stream is just done. Because that's how I've always ran streams. Like I have a game plan going in. Once that is finished, there is not a okay, now we do this. It's the stream it's just done. So sometimes, streams have been like an hour and like 10 minutes because I did the thing that I was going to do and it's done now. Like I move on. Because that's just, I don't know. I'm a very object or like goal or specific oriented version. Like that's what I view. I focus on specific things I want to do because once those are done, I don't necessarily do as well with like shifting into other topics or like moving into other things because personally, I view YouTube as, or like content creation is, you came here for this thing, I'm going to give you this thing, and then I'm going to get the hell out. Like, I don't know, I put a very high value on giving you what you came for and not overstaying my welcome. And because then that puts more of the onus on me of like, if I could only keep a topic entertaining for 30 minutes, that's not a chat problem. That's a me problem. Like, I need to figure out how to make the ideas I want bigger and better so that they can last longer, but still keep the same intensity of like my energy, of how entertaining they are, how informative they are, you know, all these other factors. If I can't make it last as long as I want to, that's a me problem, and I need to fix that.
Mm. I have the same thing, but I think I've just gotten really good at prolonging everything. Like my streams before would last an hour because I couldn't speak for more than an hour. Like my throat would die, my vocal cords would feel shot. Like it's not it. It's icky. And then I started streaming way more, and then I could go up to like 2 hours, and my energy still wouldn't die. And I was like, huh, cool. And then I went to 3 hours, and I was like, oh shit, people actually like to stay past 2 hours. And I could keep talking about things more openly as I got used to it. Like, I used to be so, what do you call it? Like, closed off. I didn't like to reveal too much about myself because I thought it was taboo. Because the only VTubers I had seen before was Hololive. And I was like, so, okay, I'm not allowed to talk about this. I'm not allowed to talk about that. And then I realized, like, that those rules didn't necessarily have to apply to me. So there was more that I could say, more that I could talk about unrestrained, and I was like, "Oh shit, yes!" And then my streams went to like 3 to 4 hours each, and because I didn't run out of things to say, people were willing to stay for those hours, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's been 3 hours. It doesn't feel like it," and that makes me proud, because then I see myself grow, and it makes me realize that even though a stream is like 2 hours to 3 hours, I could still keep going and keep people here with me. And like that's kind of what I don't like about making shorts and clips and stuff is like you're not there with the chat. And I like to be there with the chat, with the viewers in real time. That's the one thing that I appreciate the most. I with clips I don't really get that.
It's interesting hearing your perspective on that. Because, like, for me,
Yeah.
I can stream for very long amounts of time. I mean, hell, I did it with Penumbral, you know, a couple months ago, where it was like, oh, we've been streaming for like 6 hours. We should probably stop. But for me, I think I just lose interest in a lot of the things I'm doing, which is why I don't stream for longer than I need to. Murder said it very well. You can tell when you lose energy because the stream ends within 15 minutes. But see, I don't know. I don't think that's a bad thing. A part of that is also due to when I stream. Just because I stream at the end of the day after I've been working for 8 hours. So like the amount of energy I have. Also, thank you for the gifted Slago. I appreciate that.
When am I gonna get my gifted?
Who knows? Who knows?
Thank you.
But the amount of energy I have left at the end of the day is also, it's also dependent upon like, because I go to sleep early and I wake up early, kind of a deal. So for me, streaming 4 hours when I currently stream, like during the weekday, is like pushing me into not having enough sleep territory. So like if I go longer than 2 to 3 hours, I'm going to be more tired the next day. Because I work a full-time job.
Yep.
So that's why Saturday streams in general tend to go for a little bit longer. Because it's not that I don't have the energy. It's that a lot of the times I'm constrained by other things. And if I start something new, I probably could go for another, 1, 2, 3 hours. It would just be like, it's the timing. It's like, I can't start up on something new or change in the middle of the stream, because if I do that, I'm going to run out of my own time.
Right.
So, that's also, fair. Zathan, thank you for another 5 freaking gifted.
I got the gifted.
Oh, there you go. You got your gift. Congratulations.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
I
much.
don't. I
Uh.
like the gift that they. I think it's because I clicked allow.
But yeah, it's see. Okay, so we kind of touched on this. We kind of touched on this, and this is actually something that I really wanted to talk to you about because
Oh yeah.
Mia, you are in the category of friends I count as anomalies. I have mentioned this to you on many occasions.
Yes. Yes. You have.
Because you are so focused on streams
Right.
that, and you mentioned, just a few minutes ago that you don't really like clips and things like that. I am
Mhm.
entirely focused on clips and things like that.
Mhm.
And from everything I've seen on YouTube, the way you do things should not work because it does not work for everyone else, but it
Uh-huh.
somehow works for you.
Uh-huh.
So, my question here is what really got you? Like what was the deciding thing that made you realize that in your case that streaming really works for you?
Okay, so when I started streaming, way before I was who I am today, before I had this model, before I rebranded into this, I felt like every stream I did, I had to make a clip out of it. Or at least I had to remember, okay, this is like a good part. I can clip this and make it into content. And I also had a couple of streams, like where I made an entire highlight reel from streams. None of those took off. None of those saw any viewership counts the same that I would see for my VODs. And keep in mind at the time I was very small. My VODs when I ended streams, it would be around like 50 views, 100 views max. And I would take those streams, turn it into a highlight thing, and it didn't didn't see any views. It was like 20 views. And considering the amount of time that I put into those highlights and those clips was about the same as the time that I streamed, I was like, huh, this doesn't feel worth it. And so I started streaming more. And at the same time, I was like, I need to get better at talking. I felt like I had a lot to say, had a lot that I could talk about. I just wasn't sure if I could or not, and if I was gonna be any good at it. I didn't know if I was gonna if it was gonna be entertaining or not. And over time, when I did more streams, more people came by. Like slow growth. I went from like 2 views to like 10. During that period, a lot of people told me they're like, you have so much potential to do just chatting streams. Like you have a lot of potential to talk about things that you did growing up. It's very inspirational kind of stuff because I had a really rough childhood and like I'm also an immigrant and I have a lot of languages under in my brain. So I have a lot of experiences that not a lot of people would have had so I could talk about stuff more. And so when I realized that time wise it would just be easier to stream and I could connect with people more on stream and like chat with them, it made more sense to me to stream more often than make clips. And I think that's like the whole community stuff. I think a lot of my viewers who are in chat, they will say this where community building the way that I've done it is pretty strong. A lot of my members, they're in my Discord VC all the time, and like even in the general chats, they're in there all the time. Even when I'm not around, they've like found friends among each other. So when I realized that streaming did that, I was like, okay, I must stream. I must do all that I can to talk and entertain people instead of make clips of every little stream that I had. And then shorts came out, so now I'm like, well, shit. Now I actually have to make stuff. Yeah.
See,
That's the thing. Hmm.
what's so fascinating to me about that entire story
Yes.
You know, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go in. We're gonna go in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Right.
it's still to me sounds so fascinating because this is why I love you and your channel is you go against everything I think is correct, because me hearing that story, if I didn't know that it worked for you, would have sounded like you gave up to me, because that's you what you're doing is what 99% of streamers do, but like it works for you. It's so fascinating. Everyone
See,
else,
this
it
is why
doesn't work
people
for.
think it would work on Twitch. Like, that's why people say I'd be good on Twitch, because I just stream a fuck ton.
You probably
But
would
I
be very
don't.
good on Twitch.
Exactly, but I don't know. I've never been on Twitch before I became a VTuber. I was never on it. I was only on YouTube, so it felt more comfortable for me to talk about stuff and be on YouTube.
Well, okay. Actually, I don't. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Twitch is just such a different ecosphere than YouTube.
Yeah.
I really feel like on YouTube, you really do attract the people that you want.
Yeah.
Like, it's very rare that people find you on YouTube who wouldn't like fit well within your community, because like there's so many other people on YouTube that they can go to. They're not really forced to interact with you if they don't want to, and most of the time they're not even looking for you. So if they find you, they're likely the type of people you want for the most part.
Mm.
On Twitch, I feel like there's more of a Twitch culture that is kind of pervasive throughout the entire website. That like you can still have a chat that's like kind of unique to you, but it's still shared with everyone else. Which that's just my opinion on Twitch. But the funny it's just your story's so funny because we went through the same things, except I came to the opposite conclusion. When I started streaming less, because I used to stream even more than you do now. Like
Oh
way
shit.
back when, I was streaming 5, 6, 7 times a week. Like every week,
That's a lot.
no questions asked. I also streamed a lot, like a lot longer.
Oh no.
So what I really was like the opposite of,
No.
of where I started streaming tons, but
Mm.
I cut it back like a
Hmm.
ton because I started making videos. I started, you know, really focusing on videos and clips and things like that. And when I started doing that, my streams or my channel took off.
Oh.
So it took me like, because when I started, because I started fresh basically, in the 9 months of me streaming, like every day, basically, I'm actually just looking at my analytics right now. Yeah, my shortest stream was 2 hours. Most of them were in the 3 to 4 range, sometimes
Oh
5 or
shit.
6. So like, I really was streaming a lot more. But during that whole trip, I got to maybe 300 subs. The moment I stopped
Oh.
focusing on streams and started focusing on videos, I got the other 700. That was my goal for the year in 3 months.
Whoa.
So, like for me, it's because one clip or one highlight, even though it only got 30 views, that was as many views as my stream was getting anyways. So, and
Ah.
those would slowly grow over time.
Ah.
So, it's so fascinating because we're just in different we came we swapped worlds essentially. Is you tried to do some of the highlights and you went to full streaming. I was full streaming and then became whatever the hell I am now.
Shit.
I don't even know what I am these days. But
You're a cat.
yeah, I'm just a cat. It's fine. But then I also indexed heavily into the short form content. Like shorts are
You did.
nuts.
I think another part of why I realized that just clipping stuff and making shorts or like videos was not something I could do was the fact that I had no content creation knowledge before streaming. Like I don't know how to edit stuff. I had to learn how to edit stuff for the sake of making those clips and shorts and big stuff. Like I before that I did had no hand in it. So I think everything I did was very scuffed. And then people would just be like, well, okay, this is this sounds really bad, but at the time, you know, when we all start on YouTube, you're not monetized. You don't have ad revenue. You don't have super chats. And the only way you're gonna get income is through donos, right? Like Stream Elements donos or something. So I realized that,
Sure.
okay, if I'm trying to, for me at least, okay, I also did art commissions at the time to like fund stuff. But like when I first started, I was like, okay, if I'm gonna try and make some money off of this, the easiest way for me to do it was through streaming because people would dono me on stream. Even though I posted stuff, like I wasn't getting any money from it. Like my regular community and viewers would enjoy it, but I didn't get any growth out of it. I didn't see any reason to do it if it wasn't benefiting me. So I was like, okay, nope, stream it is. And then the second I got monetized, it was like, okay, I can make some more clips and shorts now. But the clips and shorts I made, they never took off either. I think max was like 1K views or so, which is about the same as I've gotten for like VODs, which are 3 hours long. So it just made more sense to me to stream.
You know,
Pay super.
something that I'm getting from this, also thank you, King, for the super chat, is our very different experiences with how our monetization kind of began. Because up until I was already monetized on YouTube, I never received a donation.
Oh.
Ever. I think there
Oh.
well there might have been, I think there was like one that I can remember before like I was monetized. And
Oh.
which like wasn't a big deal to me because I had always assumed that I was going to make my money through ad revenue. That is what my assumption going in was. And so everything was kind of geared towards that mentality. So for me, like that's why I viewed streams at the time as generally not worth my time when I decided to swap, is because like, well, if I'm not making money doing this thing, I might as well be not making money doing this other thing, but it's going to get more views. And then I mercilessly took advantage of VTube Studio launching on stream, milked that for all it was worth. And then, you know, I focused on other videos and things like that. But even up until like last year, really, I just had assumed I was never going to be a streamer who got like gifted memberships or super chats. That was not a reality for me. So I never really thought of it in that way. Because I don't know, I'd never experienced that, so I didn't assume that would happen. I'd always thought that videos were always going to be my method of making things happen. Obviously things have changed since then. I've become a lot more invested in like wanting to stream and make streams as cool as they can be, you know, with things like VT Chaos and other things. But that's where I think that's just where our difference in like what is more worth it to us is really playing a factor here. Because over time, streaming has become increasingly more valuable to me, both like, you know, peeling back the curtain, it's become more valuable both monetarily and like I just like doing it more than I used to. Like I've never not enjoyed it, but like more recently I've just wanted to just do it more and more and more. And like I'm having a lot of fun with it. But before that, it was the videos were really what was hello cat, was focus. Like it was my entire focus because that was the only thing that brought me the levels of success that I was really striving for.
Huh.
So,
I mean, the way that I strove for my success at first was just I need a community. I felt like, well, I couldn't do this alone, right? Like streaming and being a content creator in general, right? You kind of have to rely on other people to be at your streams or be watching your videos and liking them or sharing them, and you can't do it alone. Regardless of how hard you work, you'd be like, I'm posting stuff, I'm streaming. You're not doing it alone. You can't grow without people watching you, right? Like the whole point of content creation is for people to watch your stuff. And as a streamer at the time, like when I was trying to make clips and stuff, I was like, well, no one's watching my videos, and yet people are watching my streams. So I would stream and tell people, watch my videos. Because I made them and I spent time making them. But eventually people would be like, nah, it's different watching a VOD than watching you live and getting to talk to you. And I was like, okay, so you value my time in talking to you more than the time I spend making clips that are funny to you. And they're like, yes, we just want to be here with you and talk with you. And I was like, okay then. So I did some chatting streams, like pure chatting, just talking to them directly about my day, things that I experienced as a kid, the stuff that I want to do, my time in uni, like dating life even, and those kind of streams got me more money and views than any clip ever did. So, and it just made sense to me to start going in that direction of stream as often as possible within moderation. But at the same time, like be active in my Discord because that's what people want from me. They want me to talk to them, not at them in a clip or something. Hey.
see, that's so fascinating. I think the other thing that really I kind of assumed going into this
Mm-hmm.
that I was going to have to be a one-man army or one cat army in this case.
Oh.
I don't know, maybe this like harkens back to like my own insecurities as a person, because guess what, everyone has those.
Right.
But like I have always, because traditionally I've always been in positions in my life where I am the only factor that makes or breaks my own success. Like I don't have a team behind me. I don't have a team with me. It's a lot of the time, and like this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's just I'm very much a make or break based off of my own merits. And if I make something that's good, you damn well are gonna know I did it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just kind of how I am, and it's how I've always been. Which is, generally people, people who are like me don't like to attract other people, I guess, is a good way of putting it. Because if it's my way or the highway, that's not necessarily a great team environment. But and that's just kind of how I assumed things were going to be coming in here. Is like I had to provide value to you through something else because I wasn't the value myself. That's kind of how I've always viewed content creation. It's shifted a little bit more recently, like over the last year or so, where I've focused more about like just enjoying what the hell is happening, doing really stupid crap all the time because it's fun, right? Things like that. But it's just been interesting because I've never assumed that a community would form around me unless I gave them something that tied them to me. And for a long time, that was like the tutorial stuff, the information stuff. Like you had a
those
reason.
are so helpful.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that. But like that was part of just my more cutthroat nature when I was starting off. I genuinely think I've matured a lot, and even just the last couple of years. But my philosophy has always been, there's not a reason for you to click on anything because of me, but I'm going to give you the thing that you want to click on, and maybe you'll stay. Matured or chilled?
I'm
That's a
the
good question.
opposite. I'm the opposite. People people don't care what the fuck it is I'm doing. They want to be here for me. They don't care what it is I talk about. They just want to be in my presence, apparently. That
No,
is.
I mean, honestly, that's great. Like, that's fantastic. That's like,
I mean, yeah.
that's what I think everyone should really be striving for, is to be the person that people just want to associate with just because you're you. Like that. The trap that I fell into, which is a trap that I think a lot of people fall into, is not giving yourself enough credit to be your own person. Like,
you have to be a little bit self-centered.
Yeah. But like, it's interesting. Well, yeah, you have to have an ego to be a content creator. You can't survive without one. It's not possible. But
right.
there's definitely a certain level of being, like, a healthy level of narcissism. It goes a long way. But as narcissistic as I think I actually am, it's taken me a long time to recognize that I do have people who enjoy just watching my stuff, regardless of what it is. Because that has taken a long time to come to terms with, of like, if I'm not giving you exactly what you want, which is not me, why would you come? Why would you stay? And it takes, for as self-confident as I am, I'm still not confident in my own personality. Man, we're getting to insecurities today. It's weird. But I think every content creator kind of has this, is like, you have a thing that thinks that like shows you value to other people. And that's like kind of the shield that you hide behind.
Right.
And for me, like, it's a lot of like, I know what will make people click on things. I'm very analytics driven. I know like, I can generally tell how well an idea will do because I have researched it to all hell and back. Like, I know this is going to do well. I know this will do well. Maybe, and if it didn't do well, it's like, okay, well, maybe I screwed up the title. Maybe I screwed up this and this and this. Like, I know what will make a algorithm work. But more recently, like, and that's like the shield that I hide behind, is I know the correct buttons to push. But I think that's a crutch that a lot of content creators kind of get stuck in, is you know how to work the system, but once you've done that, the real thing that will always be at the core of anything you ever make is you. So you can get people to, you can grow this artificial following, and it's why we've seen like a lot of creators, like I swear to God, every creator ever has like a midlife crisis where they're doing the thing that was really successful, and then they break and do the thing they actually want to do.
Yes. I'm going through it.
I mean,
I've gone through it twice.
I mean, I'm currently in the process of going through it again, you know?
For the 10th time? I don't even know if you can keep count on those things, honestly.
This would be like the fourth major shift, I think. Because I was a gaming streamer on Twitch. I moved to YouTube. And that was a big shift, and became a VTuber. And then I stopped from being a gaming VTuber to being kind of that educational, like more educational style. And then I shifted into being Lore Cat, which I do enjoy, but I'm also like, this is a whole separate topic, but it's very much tied to how the VTuber sphere is currently being perceived. And I don't like that. Like, if interest in VTubing goes down, the lore stuff no one gives a crap about.
Yeah.
And so
that's why I keep it simple.
I've recognized that, like, while I still enjoy lore and want to do that, I'm currently in the middle of that shift into something that is very unique to me, the programming stuff that I'm doing, and is something that I feel very strongly about. I'm having like so much fun with, and I can see a potential roadmap going forward. That's the biggest thing to me, is like, okay, I because I kind of view everything in boxes of like where you're currently at. And for
Mm-hmm.
me, letting my kind of tying this back into the earlier discussion with like personality and things and like my own personal facade that I put up, well not facade, but wall, I guess, is like I've I've kind of hit the limit of like knowing where what works for content hits for me because like I knew that educational content would do well because duh, people will always need to know how to do things. That's pretty self-explanatory.
Yes.
And then I shifted into lore because no one was really doing it, and there was a lot of basically free content that
Yep.
I could go for. But now that I've basically stress tested the two ideas of like what I wanted to do going forward, and now I've, like I said, this last year I've really come into like, okay, I need to focus on like what is just me, and then make my own box that I can go play in instead of filling out these artificial wants that already exist. I need to make something new. So that's the
That's
currently
kind of where
transition
I
that
am
I'm
too.
into.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am at too. Cause like, well, last year I was doing a lot of more educational stuff, like doing a lot of language learning things. I mean,
I
with me and
remember
my
that.
languages, I know. Yep, I did a lot of those, like a good 7 to 8 streams just based on languages alone. And then I tried using my degree and giving physiology lesson streams, which was honestly it was really good. I'm very happy that it went well. But then I also started Genshin, and then a lot of people thought I was a Genshin streamer because that was the one game that made one of like my channel take off a little more. And people were viewing me within these niches of okay, you're a chatting streamer, you're an educational streamer, you're a Genshin streamer. Like it was, they were putting me in boxes, and I didn't like that. And I know that I have a lot to give. I used to do like a lot of karaoke streams, like really, really frequently. I did it like once every week in the past. So some people will see me as a musician too because I play the guitar and the piano. It's like I have so many things that I can do, which is why I always considered myself a variety streamer. But because there's so many things that I can do, and the VTuber niche is you need to focus on like one thing that's gonna take you off, and it's gonna, make you blow up like ASMR or like a specific game, or like podcast stuff, like you or like you do, where it's like you do the whole lore video thing. Is like it makes you grow when you focus on that one thing because people will come back to you to find it. I don't want to be put into that box. I want to make my own box of I can be anything I want to be, and people will be here for me no matter what the fuck it is I do. And I think the first year of me streaming has built that where I've made a community so strong and close to each other that it doesn't matter what I do. As long as I am there, they will be there for it. And I don't know, it's like the transition period, like what you said. It's like I don't get as many viewers for Genshin as I used to because I've been doing other things, and I'm trying to just accept it because even though I'm happy that I reached like 200 viewers on my own just because I played Genshin, like it doesn't transfer over. I've been trying to accept it for what it is and not give myself some unrealistic expectation that they're gonna transfer over to every single stream I do. So like I don't know, it's weird period of insecurity right now of am I still gonna do well? Am I gonna keep growing or is this just like a phase and I'm gonna drop? Yeah.
Yeah, that's always the scariest.
Yeah.
Coming
I'm
from someone
freaking out a little.
who's been because I reached the highest I've ever hit back in April of last year.
Oh.
With like 5 million views in a month, streaming the Niji Sanji auditions to 700 people. You know, like big, very big numbers. Because
Mm-hmm.
at that time, I was still like 2,000 subs, I think.
Mm.
Like a year ago, I was at 2,000 subs.
Damn.
And then, like, that huge explosion happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next month, it just went off a cliff. And it was actually like it. I get that security very well because it's so scary coming down from that high, which is unfortunately what content creation really is you're at a high or you're at a low. You're never in between. That's just how it works.
Yep.
But it's the fact that like you have a lot of viewers for the size that you are. Like on YouTube.
I've been told that.
Yeah.
I have been told that, yeah.
Which, in my opinion, is fantastic, right? Like,
Oh, thank you.
that's why, again, that's why you're in my anomaly box, is I see you stream, and I see, 60, 70 people, like, sometimes up to 100, 150, just depending on what you're doing. I'm like, huh, how? not because like I think you're not deserving of it, but it's just like I see that and it's incomprehensible to me.
People ask me why I don't have more subs all the time. It's like, you're so underrated, you need more subs. I always get it. It's something that has been asked me a lot of times.
I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. Subs mean actually nothing on YouTube.
It means absolute shit. It's nothing. Like, yes, they're a nice number. It's good to reach the milestones and all, but in the grand scheme of things, like, it doesn't really mean that much.
No.
Like, when it comes to actual content or what it is you're streaming.
Because if it actually mattered, I would have more than what are we at? 40 people right now? Like a 50 people, because I get the reverse comment of, you have so many subs, why do you have no viewers? And I'm like, okay, well, listen here, bud. First of all, it's because it just doesn't, like, it's just different. It's just different. Like, since you have been so focused on streaming, I would argue that each of your subs is a lot more valuable. Like, if someone subs to your channel where you're primarily streaming, they know exactly what they're in for. There's a very high chance they're going to come back.
Right.
For me, I mostly make popcorn content. Is you might check me out again later. But like that's fine. Like, that's just our different strategies of doing things. But it's so that's why subscribers don't even they just don't matter. They just don't matter. It's really about the content that you make that ultimately is why people watch you. And it's like, if you can have an absolutely banger stream, even if you're tiny. It's just, because believe it or not, a lot of people do check you out while you're streaming. You get a lot of random views from people who stopped in, watched a couple seconds, and then left. But if you're a really good streamer, those couple seconds might be enough to get them to stay an extra minute, to get them to stay an extra 30 minutes, And so it just all comes down to content, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And I feel like
that's why I like raids.
I'm
Because raids make people watch you for that extra second.
I'm happy that raids actually work now.
No, it's still buggy for me.
They work well for me, thankfully.
I go into the damn thing where it's like you hit customization and you click the fucking stream you want to go into, and sometimes it doesn't let me click into the stream. So if there's one person I want to raid, I sometimes have to change to be like, oh, we can't raid this person. I gotta change it. And it makes me angry. So fucking angry.
See, I mostly raid Niji Sanji and Hololive people because I can, and it's funny. So
I've raided them too. Okay, I am insecure. I think that much is clear. I am an insecure human being. But there was one stream where I had like 200 or so views. It was a Genshin thing, and I was like, okay, who can I raid? And considering the numbers I had, I was like, okay, this isn't too bad. I could probably raid someone big. So I think I raided Takanashi Kiara.
Yep, I was there for that stream, actually.
Yeah, I think it was that one. I was actually very, very proud of myself. And I think um after that, my view count just was pretty consistent between 100 or so, and I was like, okay, let's try another one. So I rated Callie, and then I rated some Niji Sanji peoples. I think I rated Renzato and Selen Tatsuki. I think I rated one more. I don't remember. Oh, Scarlet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I don't know. I didn't think that I should at first. I was wondering like, oh, am I allowed to do this? And my chat was like, yes, if they have the option there, that means they want you to come in. And I was like, but me? And they're like, yes, you're okay, you're fine. So I did it. And then I don't know. My chat gives me the confidence that I don't have. They're always like, yeah, you're doing great. You're doing fine. Whatever you want to do, we'll support you through it. And I'm like, damn, that's cheesy, but okay.
See, it's nice that it's your chat gassing you up to do that. I just do it because it's funny. I think because, for my own example, last week we were talking about Mista getting bonked by management, and I saw he was streaming, and so just for fun, I'm like, all right, I guess we're rating Mista because we talked about him today. it was funny. I don't know why I do stupid stuff like that. I think it's funny.
I don't have the confidence to do that. I'm too tiny. They're not gonna know who I am. But somehow Kiara knew who I was, and I was like, well, shit.
I think it's kind of fascinating how many people just like are tangentially aware of a lot of other people. Like,
yeah.
You recognize names that you're like, how do I know you? I know you, but it's like, how do I know you? Like, where did you come from?
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, okay, on Twitter, I'll see a model and I'm like, ooh, this is cool. And then I'll never remember their name, but I know what they look like.
That's
it's
kind of
like
there.
me in person. You know, like when you're in a new class of people, like you go to, like you're in high school or something, it's like, I know your face, but I don't know your name. And then no matter how many times you hear it, you're just like, yeah, I kind of know you. I've seen you around.
That's the worst is when you've seen someone, you're like, I know you. I have no idea what your name is. I have no idea what you're like, but I know you. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's me on Twitter all the time. It's like, I don't know what your content's about. I don't know what you're doing in my timeline. I don't follow you. You don't follow me. But I know you.
Yep.
I wish I knew more people on YouTube though. Like I have gotten to know Frey, got to know Cozy, at least on YouTube. But like, I don't really know many people who actively stream on YouTube only. Like all of my friends are on Twitch, and it's so sad. It's really fucking sad. I want more friends on YouTube.
It is. I mean, I know why. I think you know why too. Streaming on YouTube just sucks.
Yeah.
Like, anyone who streams on YouTube, we can kind of admit it to ourselves. Twitch is the better platform. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close.
Yeah. But the amount of stuff that they have over there, I get it.
There's like so much stuff.
Yeah, in comparison, YouTube has a lot less.
And the real problem is that, like, so that's one of the main reasons why I made VT Chaos, is because I wanted some of that cool stuff over here. But after having worked on it for as long as I have, I get it. Oh my God, do I get it? Why, like, because working with Twitch is just, it's so much nicer. They want you to work with them. They're like, here's all this nice documentation. You know, oh, you want to set up a new channel point thing? Here's exactly how to do it. Here's examples. YouTube's like, oh, you want to use our API? What if we limited you to doing 1,000 things a month? Oh, and each chat message is a thing. What? It's so painful. I hate it so much. And But on the flip side, I know why YouTube doesn't care about live streaming. It's because for the most part, it's not in their interest to have live streamers. It's really not in their own interest. People get confused when I say this fact, but like YouTube would take 101 times out of 100. They would prefer you uploading a well-edited highlight of your stream than having the actual stream. Because it's so much easier. It's so much less like storage space. It's all concentrated. It's most of the time just straight up better content than the video would be. And more importantly, they can shove advertisers on it. That's how they make their money. Is they are an ad platform. That's what YouTube is. Streams just don't really fit into their overarching view. And I feel like we were so close to getting a lot of cool stuff for live streams, and then shorts came out.
Yeah.
And shorts killed any momentum updates to streaming had. Because it's like, okay, well, shorts are going to make us infinite money. Streams will make us some money, but shorts will make us infinite money. So it's all the quality of life updates and things. It's just
it's sad.
It's sad because I genuinely prefer YouTube live streams to Twitch live streams. I feel like the culture is much more centered around the person. There's a lot less. Maybe this is just me, but I find a lot of Twitch chats spamminess a little
there's
annoying.
A lot of like personal conversations going on and commands and bots and things, and I'm not about that.
See, I would be about it if it was all things that I had added. And
wait, what do you mean you added?
Like the thing I don't like about the emote spam is, well, specifically emote spam and things like that, is if it's something that I've built up as a meme within my own community, that's fine, right? I think every streamer's fine with that. It's kind of like your pea soupas, right?
Yeah, my pea soupas.
Like that's a thing unique to you,
right?
And it would be a little weird if people started doing that on my streams, right? Like but like in Twitch, I feel like the crossover of communities is just so much more that like there are things that become universal to every community that I just don't really care about. Like I don't care about Pog. I don't care about KekW. I don't care about all the same emotes that everyone spams. Like,
no one told me what it meant until like last year in April.
I just feel like Twitch viewers are more hive-mindy than YouTube. And
yes.
I don't know, maybe it's because I feel like I can actually have a conversation or talk to my chat on YouTube. Like, people who stop by on YouTube, I feel like I can talk to you. I can talk with you.
Yeah.
And I don't know. And Zatham, you actually bring up a great point. Universal YouTube memes, I don't think they exist. There's too much variety on YouTube, but that's the point. I
like having very individual themes and very individual communities. I like that. Is that wrong?
No, I feel like that's one of the reasons why I love YouTube so much, is because you're not going to find random people who enter into your community. Like we mentioned earlier, generally you only attract the people who actually want to be there and will engage with what you've created. That's why I think YouTube live streams that's why I enjoy them so much more than Twitch. That's just my personal opinion.
See, that's the trade-off I'm willing to make. Is I know Twitch would be great for me with how often I stream and like all the chat interaction that there could be, but YouTube's community that I've built, like when I see the chat in comparison to Twitch, no matter how much active chatting there is, at least here I can hold a conversation. I can, it's like my own emotes that I recognize. It's not a bunch of different ones that make my head hurt, and I actually understand all of them. And there's no specific YouTube meme, and I feel like that makes it easier to understand for everybody, not just me. And if there's a bunch of emotes in chat and I'm trying to have a conversation with someone, it would be very difficult to keep going. Like, as a person who does so many just chatting streams, if I had to do that on Twitch, I would probably combust. Like, my brain would not be able to keep up. At least here I can. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. That's the reason why I haven't even tried Twitch yet, is because all of that Twitch chat look and stuff is just so intimidating to me. I don't like seeing it. It scares me.
See, I started on
Yeah.
Twitch, so
Does this feel tame to you?
it's just
Does
different.
your current chat look tame?
Well, I mean, my current chat is all off the Rails streams are very different to normal chat.
I'm aware. You're very not unhinged today, so yeah.
See, because chat knows that I'm slightly ignoring them, and so they're not yelling at me because they know I'll just ignore them, unless Paradox keeps super chatting stupid stuff, and I almost laugh.
Oh, I laugh at them. I don't. Yeah.
See, but they can see me. They see me turn away, and they know I'm trying to hold it in.
See, I'm smart. I keep my chat on the same side that I'm looking at you, so they don't know when I'm looking at it and when I'm not.
Well, so I have chat. I do the same thing. I'm actually surprised at how many people don't do that. Like,
Oh?
that they don't like, because I put my chat to where I put my chat is the same way I orient my model. So like right now I have my chat on a monitor to my right. So when I'm looking at chat, it looks like I'm looking at you. Right? Like that.
Right.
I've oriented myself in that way to keep the continuity, because of course. But I feel like other people, I've seen a lot of people who are like, they just don't. Like, their chat will be on the left-hand side of the screen and their avatar's also on the left-hand side of the screen. And so, like, right now I'm looking at my blank wall, which is,
Yes.
it's fascinating. But it just looks like I'm looking away from you. It's like, what's going on over here? You know?
Yeah, that makes no sense to me. For my overlay, my chatting overlay, it's on the left side, so I'm very used to it. And I purposely asked for it to be that way because my vertical monitor is where I put my chat, and it's just the direction I look in all the time. And I don't plan on changing that anytime soon, so it just makes sense. I don't know. It breaks immersion to me when it's like you're talking to a wall.
That's true,
is that
too.
wrong that they? I don't know. It feels weird to see people talk to the wall.
This is also why I don't look at it also, for me, I can't look at my webcam or my phone and think that I'm talking to people. I have to be looking at chat for like some sort of feedback, be like, no, I'm actually talking to people. There are people I'm speaking, I'm having a conversation with, I'm conversing with.
Do you look at your model while you like talk and move and stuff?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah? Like, I look at it and then back to like chat just to be like, okay, it's still tracking. It hasn't disconnected. I'm looking cute. Alright, we're good.
See,
It's
for
kind
me,
of like looking in a mirror.
because for me, when I get focused on something, my biggest thing that I do is I get very still, and like I just don't move much. Like, I'm really focused on something, and so if I get lost in a train of thought, for me personally, it helps to like see my model move, because it's like a subtle reminder of like, oh, I need to like move. I need to move. I need to do something. I need to
do things.
He has the face movements.
You do? Wait, you do?
Apparently. I can move.
You do it?
Well, I don't know. I think they're just
you do
talking
the
about like
face?
tongue.
Oh, you don't. Oh yeah, your eyes can't do the thing.
No, I mean I can. Whoop, that's the wrong one. I can add pupils. That always freaks people out.
Pupils, like
Or
vertical ones,
yeah,
or can I see?
yeah, they're on right now. It's tiny.
Oh wait, I see them. I see them. Yo, that's pretty cool. I just have like the actual face. Am I allowed to do this on your channel? Am I allowed to do this?
Sure. Oh gosh. There you go. There you guys go.
Thank you, Nanon Papa.
Oh yeah, for those who don't know,
I feel like we're
Mia's
cousins.
and mine, yeah, we're okay. If we're talking about the family VTuber thing, which
it makes no sense to me, but okay.
Can I just? Okay, so can we agree that it's a little weird how people refer to them?
It is
like
weird.
it's a little weird. Okay, but if we're gonna use VTuber terms, is the artist or the rigger? Is the artist the mom and the rigger the dad? Is that usually how it works?
That's what I hate when people do that though, because it's very like you're assuming that the gender of the artist is female, the rigger is male. I hate when that is assumed.
It's okay, but we're gonna use their. I think it's weird, but we're gonna use that terminology. So I think that would make us half siblings.
We are half. You say half. Half sibling.
Half.
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 Wait, hold on. How are you saying this?
Half.
Half. Half. That's
half sibling.
You're okay. Hold on. One more time. Say it one more time.
A half sibling?
Okay, so you're definitely pronouncing the L.
Yes.
I'm not. It's half.
Half sibling.
Half.
Half sibling.
Half siblings.
Half. Tuesday or Tuesday?
It's the family cool guy. Cool with one. Tuesday or Tuesday?
Tuesday or Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, isn't it? That's how I feel. Okay, here's another one for you. Here's another one.
All right.
How do you... Okay. Mountain.
Mountain?
Yep. See, mountain's a great one.
Mountain.
Mountain.
Oh, wait. Okay, this might just be a me thing. Southern or southern?
Southern.
I say southern.
What? I've literally never... Oh, hold on. I've literally never heard someone say southern.
Okay, well, how do you say the compass? Northeast, southwest.
Southwest?
You say northeast, southwest, right?
Northeast, southwest, yeah.
Right, so if you say south, why is it not southern?
Because that's not how the language works.
Why is it not? It's spelled the same way for the first half of the word.
But by that definition, okay, cap versus cape. The first 3 letters are the same.
But south.
Okay. Okay, Mia. Okay. Well, in any case, we are half siblings by VTuber tech or terminology. If I flashbang chat.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, chat.
Oh, this is so weird.
Yeah, what now? What now?
This is strange. It's like seeing an older brother.
You know what's actually funny? Okay, I still look like a light bulb, but
you do look like a light bulb.
Look, I can't turn it off. I can't turn it off, but there's actually something kind of funny. You can tell that we were rigged by the same person because look at our mouths.
Yeah, what about them?
Yeah, they move the exact same way.
Oh, Oh, they do.
Yep.
Exactly. Way.
They move the exact same way. And you want to know what else is
What?
very whoops, where's the one?
Oh, I have all of those.
Yeah, I know you do.
Okay.
Where's the other one? Wait, where's the one I'm looking for? Oh, there it is. See, it's same blush. It's the same blush.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
So, yep, we're technically half siblings.
We are half siblings. This is interesting. Huh.
My inner, it was so funny because they've really become kind of like a, please burn it. Okay, guys. Okay. But it's really funny because I reached out to them literally 2.5 years ago now.
Oh, dang. They've grown a lot.
They have. And what's kind of fun, I've also noticed that they don't do very many male models.
Yeah, they don't.
And I think the only reason why they did mine is because I found them through their YouTube channel when it had 40 subscribers. I saw them posting models, and I was like, this person does good work. Back when they were like super tiny. And I was like, okay. I reached out to them in broken Japanese, and they responded in much more broken English. And, you know, we got from point A to point B, and it was fine, and it was wonderful, and it actually worked. So, yeah.
Damn. I found them when they were at like 10K or so. No, even less, like maybe 7K on Twitter. Yeah. And then by the time that my model came out, like Nonon just had like this extreme growth, and I was like, ooh, my papa looking nice. Making them classes and everything for live 2D rigging. It's insane.
I've noticed that, yeah. They've been doing a lot. They've been doing a lot.
Oh, I had a question for you.
Oh?
Would you do this full time like I am?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah? When would you say is the time?
I would have to be making enough money to support myself. Which in my case has to be about, I need to be making about 3,000 to 4,000 a month.
3,000 to 4,000 a month.
I live is where I've comfortably kind of set my somewhere near that range is where I would have to be able to pay off or pay everything and not just be living kind of like YouTube paycheck to YouTube paycheck kind of a deal, because I'm not comfortable quite being in that situation. But
that's a scary place to be.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I would have to be able to do this full time. I want to. That's what I'm working towards. But I will not make the jump until I have really diversified a lot of things. Because right now I'm under no illusion about the I feel like I can say this because they literally renamed themselves to Raelice's sucrose parent in my own Discord. So I have few dedicated super chatters that make up a reasonably large portion of the YouTube money right now.
Oh God.
And with the ad revenue and stuff, like we're not even close to the number I need to hit. And plus I would not feel comfortable going full time based off of just donations from people.
Yeah, that's a scary bit.
Like, because I'm always ecstatic when I receive super chats or memberships and things. Oh my God. Okay. Speaking of which, thank you. Goddamn Paradox. But I wouldn't feel comfortable or safe like trying to make that leap depending on donations from a small amount of people. Like if it was a situation
Ah.
where like I hit the number and there's like a constant stream of like smaller ones, whether that's because I'm streaming a lot more or I'm just doing a lot more interesting content or other things like that, is that's more, this sounds so narcissistic to say, but that's more for my own security than it is for like anything else, because I would never want to leave a terrible position, like to leave a job where I am supporting myself to basically rely on other people supporting me through their jobs, because that's not a
Mm.
situation I want to be in, because that, I don't think that's healthy mentally for me or them, right? Because like people who
Yeah.
support you, if this, I mean, we've seen this happen on Twitch, we've seen this happen on YouTube. People can farm bad situations for donations, for support, for whatever. I never want to make people who do donate feel like that if they hadn't donated, I wouldn't be okay. That's never a position I want to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would never make the jump if that would become the reality, right? Is I need to make
Ah.
sure that I am putting out content, I'm, you know, doing other things that donations help, but I really want to get to the point where I am making enough money through like passively through a bunch of other means that means that like, yeah, like I said, donations would help, memberships would help, and all that stuff would be very welcome, but I could survive without them. That's where I need to be before I could do this full time, because then at that point I can
Ah.
view everything that's given to me as like just straight up gratitude and not a necessity. And personally, that it's a small mental shift, but for me it's very, very important that I never am relying on like your donation to buy like breakfast.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. See, that's
That's
kind of where I'm at. It's where, even though I've done this full time for about a year, I'm stuck in this spot where it's like, okay, if people super chat me this amount, all right, that means I'm good. That's like my budget for paying my bills, my car insurance, and all that. And the rest of whatever it is like it goes into my savings or I spend it on more content creation stuff. Like, it just scares me that I have to think like, will I get enough donos and super chats to fund for my own stuff? And in the end, yes, I do. Like, it's not a worry that I have to have anymore, but it's like an insecurity. Because what if I stop VTubing one day? Or what if it just all goes down the drain and I get canceled for some reason? And I'm gonna have to find some other way to get income then. It's kind of scary.
yeah.
But I mean, I get enough money. Like, if I'm gonna be blatantly honest, I get about 2 to 3K per month just on super chats, not like with donos and stuff. That like fan funding in general. I mean, like I get 2 to 3K per month, so like I'm surviving, and I live with my family. So there's obviously a lot of bills that I don't have to pay for, but my parents pay for, like water bills and stuff. So like I'm doing all right financially. It's just I don't know how long I can keep it up. Is a scary thought. I hope I can keep it up though.
See that, you know what's kind of, this kind of ties back into the subscriber count doesn't matter, because if I'm being perfectly transparent, I only make like 500 to 600 a month uh
Through streaming or like through YouTube in general?
through YouTube in general. And
Oh,
that
okay.
that's not being self-deprecating, that's just a reality, by the way, for any people in chat. That was not an invitation to by the way, but it's just it's like that's the reality, is like for me that's how much I make, and objectively you are significantly smaller, quote unquote, in size
Uh-huh.
on YouTube,
Mhm.
but you're making so much
Ye
more than me. And I actually have a friend who is about the same size as both of us, who makes 8,000 a month.
Oh, shit!
Like they have gamified, and they're on Twitch, like they've gamified donating to them in such crazy ways that it's like it really is just, it's amazing how much you can do that. But going back to your point of like where you don't know how long this can happen for, is you're in a position that allows you to do this right now. For me, like I live by myself, and there's no way in hell I'm moving back
Yeah.
in unless I have to. But it's that's why I like personally I'm fortunate enough to be in the position where everything that the YouTube makes currently goes immediately back into trying out new things that might grow it more, or in this case, the music that I put out, which
Oh yeah, I love the music you put out.
has, in case anyone's wondering about how much 60 songs will run you, what are we at, like
Expensive.
$5,000 or something?
Yeah, it's expensive.
It's no, maybe not quite that. Maybe closer to like 3.5. But it's expensive. But on the flip side, the music has started to make, like last month, the music made $150. That was like
Ooh.
the music by itself was 1/3 of the YouTube channel. like
Shit.
like that's a big deal for me, right? And so
Yeah.
it's reaching out for me. I haven't focused as much on like making the YouTube content be the primary method, at least while I'm like trying to work towards future plans. I've really been focusing on that music portion to get that off the ground and up and running. But like diversifying those streams of income is just so hilariously important.
Yeah, I haven't done much to do that. I need to do that.
Well, you did recently launch your merch line, right?
Yeah, I did. That was great. I like that. I got the income from it. But like obviously it dwindles down over time. Like it won't consistently go out. I mean, obviously I have more merch planned for the future. Like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna come out with something in the summer. But it's like as an indie, it's so hard to find merch streams. Like where can I go for the merch in the future? It's like I don't know. I don't know who's reliable, who isn't. And like obviously I have friends who I talk to about it that help me figure it out. But I mean, I feel like if I could do stuff like electronic things, like virtual things, like what people do, like voice packs and shit, I would definitely do it. I just need to figure out how to do it.
Yeah. Zatham, I need to fix the Kofi link. I haven't fixed it yet.
Whoopee!
But so Mela asked the question of how much money have I made off of merch. Chat, I'm gonna let you take a guess. We launched merch last year. Just take a guess at how much money I've made off of merch, because I think you'll be surprised.
I launched merch earlier in January, and it's hoodies and T-shirts.
I'd
You wanna guess how
imagine
much
that
I made?
yours does pretty well.
How much do you think I made?
I don't remember seeing the prices for stuff, but
A hoodie I think is like 55 euros. A T-shirt's 25 euros.
uh, most of your audience is in the U. I'd say probably a couple hundred.
Couple hundred?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, more or less.
I made 130 or so.
Okay, so you're
Like,
yeah.
huh?
Okay, so for those wow, chat, you really think that I've Zatham?
Yeah.
What in what world do you think I made $1,000 off of? Are you okay? I can actually look up the exact number
Oh my god.
because of how we set things up.
I had to commission $40 to get it done, and then like the merch itself was the commissions I got back from it was not as much as people thought.
So I worked out some. Well, I had someone helping me with it, and we worked out a sort of deal with artists where I didn't pay them anything up front, but they get a commission off of every single sale. Um, I didn't set that up, but the person I was working with did, which was kind of cool.
Mm.
So any artist that I used, they got 25% of anything that ever sold using their art. But for the people in chat, the grand total is, we'll get the calculator out just to be super scientific here.
Oh God.
This is on me launching merch a year ago, which granted, I don't really shill the merch at
But it
all.
pops up in your chat so much.
It does, but I can tell you that no one clicks on it. $27.41 is
Oh
the
man.
grand total I have made. Because I didn't really recognize where my audience was or really who they were when I made that come out. Because so personally, I'd always made the goal of making merch when I hit 10K on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And I went from 2K to 10K in a week.
Right.
So I rushed through a lot of things and made a lot of decisions that today I would have not made. Because like I have basically tons and tons of generic merch all over the place. Everything from shirts to pillows to like all the usual stuff. And if I was doing it again today, which I actually have been working on, I would not. I would be very much more focused on like something that's special, right? It might cost a lot, but it's damn well gonna be unique. That's kind of how I want merch to be for me going forward. Is I want to have a few things that are like like a couple generic things, like some maybe some shirts. But I want like custom notebooks. That's what I really want. Is like really cool notebooks that I would use. That's what I want to go for. But to go back to the main point, like merch is just not something that has worked well for me. Because again, to tie this back to an even further conversation, is the way that I have been focusing on content up until basically this year was giving you the thing that you clicked on and then letting you go away. Because I've built a lot of the content that I do based around you seeking something out. And generally, if you're seeking something specific out, once you have that, you leave. That's just kind of how people work.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a question, you want the answer, and you're done. But going forward, and which is something that I've really learned a lot from you specifically, in addition to other people, is like getting people to really focus in on you, the person. You can have a lot more success with these little projects that you have. Like merch, I think, is actually a huge one that relies much more on your own charisma than people give it credit for. Like, do I think my merch looks cool? Yeah, I do. I think the artwork is very well done for it. I also have hired those artists back to do basically everything else on my channel at this point. But like, is the value proposition for most people just wasn't there. Like, they weren't invested in me. They were invested in a specific type of content, which doesn't translate well to other aspects of running the YouTube business. If we want to, be a super corporate minded, right?
Super corporate minded.
But I do
But I'm an
think
indie.
it works really better for what you have built, is because if your community is really about you, then chances are they'll want to support you in all the different ways that you are trying to support yourself, which I think is fantastic. So,
Aww.
but again, it also goes to show, like you've sold a lot more merch than I have. So,
It is what it is. Honestly, like I feel like the problem with merch as a VTuber, okay, at least for me and the audience that I've built, okay, it is when I look at my stats, my analytics, 90% of my viewers are male, right? And I think considering the way that I look, how I am cute, and my color scheme, it is really difficult to think of merch that would work that isn't too cutesy, because I know from talking to my community in Discord when we like interact and stuff, I know that they're not gonna want to wear such cutesy pastel colors. And like if the hoodie was bright purple with like yellow detailing on it and like cute blue bows on it, they're not gonna want to wear that, because apparently a lot of my chat is very comfortable in their masculinity. So I was like, okay, well clearly I'm not gonna have the cutest hoodie ever, but I can make one that has drip, and that is something that a lot of the dudes in my chat want, because they wanna have riz of some sort. And I was like, okay, I can do that. Which is why I got like a black hoodie with the colors on it, like instead of it being completely all cutesy and stuff. It's just hard to like as a female who isn't really into all of that like drippy stuff on the daily, and like I wear like wearing black all the time. I didn't really know how to go about it. Like what kind of merch could I get my community to wear proudly, instead of just like they're gonna feel embarrassed wearing something that I would wear, because it's very I like the cute stuff. I like the pastel colors. I kind of think of merch as like, something that I want. I need to think of what they want, and it's hard. It's so fucking
It
hard.
really is. I kind of got lucky because I have reverse you. Most of
Did
my
you?
audience is actually female,
Uh-huh.
believe it or not. But which that took me a while to wrap my head around. But I like cutesy things, and guess what? So does my audience. So, I get the benefit of being like, "Oh my god, this is actually so cute. I want this immediately." And everyone's like, "This is so cute. We also want this. It's great." Sell each other's merch, problem solved. No, I couldn't sell my merch to her viewers.
Yeah.
Oh
Like
gosh.
I've on stream, right? Like I've been like, oh my god, these stickers are so cute, these keychains are adorable. And my chat will be like, oh, do you want us to buy it for you through Throw? And I'm like, no, it's okay. You should buy it yourself. And they're like, no, we would never want this for ourselves. I'm like, well, shit. What can I possibly get that like I would want and you would want? They're not into the cutesy stickers and keychains and buttons. They don't use it. So I'm like, what merch can I come out with that you will like? That you will use, because I'm a very practical person when it comes to buying things. I know myself that I wouldn't buy something I would not use. So if I see a button and I think it's really cute, I would not buy it if I was like, okay, if I didn't know, like, okay, I have a tote bag that I can pin this to. Or if I buy a sticker, I'm only gonna buy it if I know, okay, there's something I'm going to stick it to, right? Like it's just how I spend my money. It's how I realize that, okay, I need to budget myself, considering this is all from my super chats. Like it needs to be spent wisely.
Yeah.
So, you know, if if I come out with merch that no one's gonna use, then it's just, I don't know, it feels pointless. Yeah,
Yeah.
I want something that they can be practical with. So that's why I chose to go with hoodies and t-shirts first, so that they can actually wear it. And I came out with like the hoodie and the t-shirt because summer and winter, like it made sense to me, I suppose. And it was I was happy with it because it's something I was willing to wear. But also my chat was willing to wear. I just realized now that because they don't like the cutesy, they like me being cute, but they don't like the cutesy things that I'm into. So I don't know. You gotta share me your merch secrets.
I mean, like I said, I'm the merch that I currently have is not what I would make now. I think the merch I have right now is pretty cool, but I it's all stuff that I would use, but again, that's kind of the problem. Is when I made the merch, I had a very different audience in mind when I made it, and it is not the audience that I've landed on. So the original merch that I made kind of has the same problems you were just talking about of like, yeah, they were made for a different audience. They were made for me, not my viewers. Um,
What would you do differently then?
I would focus a lot I went with like really safe artwork that was like it was kind of cute. It was in like cute in the same way that some stickers are cute. But like I've really enjoyed a lot of the new artwork I've been getting made that's like hyper cute, like sickeningly sweet. I love it so much. And those are the
But
types
your
of
model
things
is already sickeningly sweet.
I know. Hey, thank you for noticing. But like the difference is to me like oh wait, I forgot I'm sharing my screen so I can actually just oh wait, no, I can't put it. Yeah, I can. Screw it, we're doing this.
Okay,
For
what are we
me,
doing?
the difference is like between something like this is cute, right?
Oh.
That is cute.
Mm-hmm.
Uh but this oh gosh, I forget how big it
Holy fuck!
is. Is just so much cuter. Like it's so freaking adorable. Like that.
Adorable!
Like that's
Adorable little bean.
the first one was made for the audience I had, and this is for the direction I've been trending, right? Same kind of a deal. Is like
Aww.
and am I ever gonna get a plushie? Maybe, eventually. Yeah, I want to. Plushies are
You
expensive.
should. They are very expensive. You can make a mini plushie.
I actually kind of want to make a pillow plush. Like just the little ones.
Yeah.
The ones that Kawa does, that just sounds fantastic.
Oh, the tiny one, yeah?
Yeah, like that.
Didn't they have like merch partnerships open recently?
They did. I didn't apply for it because I wanted to workshop some ideas more.
Ah,
But,
okay.
but yeah, it's merch is just so fascinating because I feel like I've got a lot better idea on
Yeah.
like what I want to do with things going forward. But as with so much in content creation, it's really like fumbling your way through. And even if you have people to help you, the problem is like the difference between two people's streams and two people's types of content is just it's night and day, even if you're similar. Like
Yeah.
because I've gotten advice from other people and it did not work very well. But and like even advice from like someone I consider a very good friend, VTuber Senpai, who for a long time we were in the same niche. Like what would work on my channel would just bomb on his, and what would work on his just didn't work on mine. And so even advice with getting like some of the merch stuff, some of the music stuff going, it just didn't work because, you know, we're very different. And so a lot of this is figuring it out yourself, unfortunately, because you know your community best at the end of the day. And even if you're working with someone to help you make something, you really have to have a good, you know, finger on the heartbeat of your community to make something that they actually want and will use.
Yeah. I think for me, I didn't brainstorm too much because it was like very rushed.
Same.
But when I think about it, like I want to make small things. I think the smaller things would sell better for a first merch drop than like a big hoodie and t-shirt thing.
Yep.
Yeah. My mom wears my hoodie all the time though, so I'm happy. She wore my t-shirt today. And I'm like,
Nice.
why are you wearing it? And she's like, I went volunteering today. And I'm like, you wore this? The Mino Daichi shirt? And she's like, yes. And people liked it. And I was like, oh no. Like what did you reply with it? She's like, my daughter's a VTuber. I'm like, oh fuck.
It's
Have you
always.
told anybody?
Oh yeah, my whole family knows.
Yeah? Your whole family knows? How'd they take it?
Well, my sister was. Okay, she's in chat, so I think it's her
Can I say
reaction.
hi? Hi.
I don't know if she wants me to announce her presence. Well, she was in chat. I don't know if she's
Okay.
still here. But my sister, when I told her I was a VTuber, gave me the actually hold on. This is the exact look that she gave me. I can recreate it perfectly. She looked at me
I
with
expected as
worry,
such. Oh no.
and she's like, "So what is that?" Because she thought I was
Uh-huh.
well, you know what most people think of when they hear VTuber. Uh
What?
they think of more of the Twitch style lewd-ish VTuber.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
that's what she thought I was.
She thought you were a big oppai boing boing mommy?
Yep.
Ay, ay, ay.
Uh but the rest of my family was just like, "Huh? What?" I don't know. They're used to me doing weird stuff all the time, so at this point they're just like, "All right, this is probably another phase. He'll grow out of it."
Grow out of it. That's what they
uh,
all say. They'll grow out of it.
and yeah, it was just
So it's pretty easy.
yeah. They
Yeah.
it was more like passive indifference. How about you?
Ah.
How did your family take it?
When I told my sister, she had no idea what it meant. Obviously, like, okay, small backstory first. My family is not on social media. They don't game. They're not into streams. My sister is a nurse, so her social life and free time is full of sleeping and eating. So she doesn't really know much about like online stuff or games. My parents, they both work full time and they obviously have their own lives. They're more interested in like C dramas, K dramas, that kind of thing, and watching TV on the couch after work. So they're not really on their phones like Twitter or Instagram. So they know nothing about VTubers. They had no clue what it was. And so I told my sister first because I needed help with tax information on Google AdSense. And I was like, I don't know how to do this, and I was panicking. So I asked my sister, like, hey, so I'm a VTuber. She's like, what's that? And she was like, are you making money from it? That was like her first thing. It's like, are you making money from it? And I was like, yes, I am to an extent. And she was like, okay, so what do you do? And then eventually I had her come onto a stream. We did a stream together for about like 2-3 hours where it's like a Q&A to teach her like what VTubing was and what I do. But for my parents, my mom, she was actually more into it. Like she asked more questions about it. Like, okay, so how does it work? Like, what do you have to do? What do you do online? What happens when you're live? And I told her like, oh, I chat and I play games, and I sometimes do collabs, which means I stream with other people. And she was like, so people are interested in that? They like to just watch you do things? And I'm like, yes, they do. They like to listen to my nonsense, and I get paid for it. And she's like, oh, okay, as long as you're happy and still job hunting for a job at the hospital or something. And I'm like, uh huh, yeah, totally doing that. But at that point, I was already doing it full time, so like, I don't. Uh, and up until now, like, I feel like my dad still doesn't get it. I tell him I'm working, and he's like, what are you working on? I'm like, I'm about to stream. I'm working on stream stuff. And he's like, that's a job? I'm like, Yes, this is my job." And I don't think they realized how much money I earned per month. They were just like, "Oh, I thought you earned like 100 per month from streaming." I'm like, "Nope." And they didn't think it was feasible. That's why they kept pushing me to like find an IRL job. You need an IRL job. I'm like, okay. And they still push for it. It was weird. Oh wait, funny story. My grandpa, when he found, I was asleep in the car in the passenger seat. My sister was driving. My grandpa was in the back, and I pretended like I was asleep because my grandpa started being like, "You should tell Mia to sleep earlier," like to my sister, and she was like, "Uh." She can't sleep too early because she has her online thing. And at the time, my sister had just found out, so she wasn't really sure what to call it. And my grandpa was like, "What do you mean online thing? She's working? What's she doing online?" And my sister's like, "She goes live at night and talks to people." Uh, and my grandpa, I mean, just think about it. Online at night streaming. Uh, I don't know, man. That just it's not a good look. It's it
Oh my
ain't.
gosh. The worst way you could describe that.
Yeah. So my grandpa probably thought I was doing unsafe so things every night to earn money for like 3 months.
Oof.
Yeah, and
Oh,
then at some point, my dad, he posted my channel link in a family group chat where it included my grandparents, all of their kids, all of their spouses, all of their kids' spouses, and the cousins, and so my entire family knows now.
I don't think my extended family knows. Just my immediate.
Yeah, I wish it was that way for me, because goddamn, I do not want my grandpa thinking. I know,
I don't
right?
think I don't think my extended family would get it.
I don't think they get it now. I mean, my uncle, he's into media stuff, so he kind of gets it. But my grandparents are a different story.
uh I'm happy
Yeah.
my family's mostly supportive of it. But I did have to so I have an uncle, he great uncle, like super good guy. Super supportive, like he knows, he has a lot of fun with it. But I had to ban him from my YouTube channel. So he couldn't comment anymore. Because I saw a comment from him like, wait a second. That is my uncle's actual name and his actual birth date in his username. Nope. Ban. So I blocked him from being able to chat on my YouTube until he changes it. And then I also had to have a talk with my mom. I'm like, okay, you cannot chat and stream if you're going to use your actual name. I need to change your YouTube name. And I haven't done it yet.
That's what I did. I had to change my mom's YouTube name. She didn't know how to do it, so but she wanted to support, and she comes to my streams sometimes. Like she'll talk in chat, and I'll be like, "Oh hi, mom," and I change her name to Mino Mom, so people know it's her, and everyone just welcomes her. It's great. Yeah. They
Yeah.
come into my streams sometimes too. Like they'll walk in and be like hi, and then they'll dip. Yeah. At
I
least
need
they're
to
open to it now.
change her name because I don't particularly have an issue with people knowing who I am.
Mm-hmm.
Like as with everything, like if you really want to dig, you're gonna find it. Oh well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know. I'm a firm believer in the internet's capability to figure out exactly who everyone's is with enough effort. Like at work, you're basically just delaying the inevitable, but I also just don't care, right? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm weird like that, but I would like to not just give them an open book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh. But
I have like done borderline face reveals, but not yet.
I've done face reveals in the past. I've streamed IRL in the past.
Yeah. I don't know. People are so scared of it for VTubers. Like, what does that make IRL webcam streamers then? I just, I sometimes don't really understand it. Like, I get people want some like privacy. Like, some of the reasons people are VTubers is for that privacy. But I don't know if it can give me more, options and streams of making content, then I'd totally do it.
I mean, that's really what it boils down to, right? Is the reason we talk about this a lot, but the reason why you're a VTuber is important. Like, it's very important to like staying a VTuber. And for me, the reason why I'm a VTuber is because it lets me make the content that I want to make. And if I could make that same content without being a VTuber, guess what? I wouldn't be a VTuber. I'm more focused on wanting to make great content than I am on being loyal to just being a VTuber, right? Like, I don't know. I've said that from day one. If anyone's just hearing this for the first time, oh well. But I want to make content first and foremost. And VTubing is what lets me do the things I want to do, so I'm going to keep doing it. But if like you want to make other types of content, if you want to, do IRL stuff, you absolutely should, because this loops back into a discussion we were having earlier. Like, everything's about your personality and who you are anyways. So why limit yourself if that's what you want to do?
Yeah. Like, I know for my 10K celebration, I'm gonna do a membership kind of stream where I cosplay as Nahida from Genshin.
Nice.
So, yeah. It's gonna be exciting.
And then you will truly cement yourself as the Genshin streamer you truly are.
I hate that that's what this has become.
I mean, you're always known for the thing that pops off, whether you want to or not.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wish I could pop off for something else. Can I pop off for my physiology streams and let people realize that just because I'm cute means that I can be smart too?
No. That's not how this works.
God damn it. Can I go against the meta of cute and dumb? I like to be cute and smart.
You'd be too powerful. We gotta nerf you somehow.
I don't play horror games. That's my nerf. That's what nerfs me.
But you play Genshin, which is an equivalent buff. Because the Genshin community is actually insane.
God damn it.
You will never escape.
How else would you nerf me?
Oh, that's a good question.
How would I nerf you? Only stream.
That would be a nerf right there.
That's a nerf. That's a big nerf for you. Like, the one thing that stops you from growing, it would be to just stream. For me, it would be just to make clips and videos.
Oh gosh.
That's my biggest nerf.
Though, so you know what's actually kind of this is going to be a tangent and a half, but
okay,
it actually is kind of interesting because I've recently, this last week, I spent a lot of time, like probably 10 or 15 hours, just looking at a lot of, I'm going to call them mid-tier VTubers. Like, they're not like the 1,000 of viewers, but they're not like less than 150. Like, they're very successful streamers, but they're very much stuck below 1,000, right?
Okay.
Which is still bigger than either of us. So,
right.
But I was looking at a lot of them because I've recently been on a kick where I am kind of tired of a lot of the VTuber norms. I think like a ton of them are played out. I feel like we rely on each other for content way too much. And I feel like an expansion of some sort is really needed. So I've been doing a lot of research because if I think I have a problem, research to find the answer is what I do. And I've been noticing a lot of stuff, which kind of actually plays into your whole just focus on streaming thing, which this is one of the reasons why I've come around to it a little bit more, is I've been looking at a ton of these channels, like that have been doing clips, that have been doing videos, the stream highlights, things like that. And I came to the unfortunate realization that for most, you could probably actually expand this to streamers in general, not just VTubers, that are making clips, that are making content, or like making those highlight videos. Those are for the majority a waste of your time because they are not different than anything that anyone else is doing. Like, if you played through, we'll use Resident Evil 4, right? Because that's one of the newest hotness games, right?
Yes.
If you played through Resident Evil 4, so did, 100,000 other people. And probably 10,000 other people also made videos of their highlights playing through Resident Evil 4. It's not unique. It's not new content. Why would someone watch your video over someone else's? If it's just a stream highlight, right? And I say just a stream highlight because I do think that the reason it's something I need to change when I'm parroting to people like you should make videos and clips, is because I don't think you should just be making highlights. I don't think you should just be clipping your stream. So you should be doing that, to be honest. Like, making shorts is still a thing. But for the most part, you need to be making unique content. And for
Mhm.
you've managed to settle into a good value proposition for people who enter your streams, where your stream is unique enough to be you, but probably not unique enough to make it a worthwhile stream highlight.
Yes.
Which kind of sounds like the resolution you came to by yourself.
Yep.
And for the I've opened up my mind a lot more to thinking that way, just because I really did. I looked through hundreds of videos, and the realization I came to was that I could replace the faces on any one of these videos with any other person's face on any of the videos, and it would be the same video.
Mm.
Like, tiny pieces of humor would be different, but like they're all edited. Like, a stream highlight video is the same stream highlight video that everyone has seen 100 times. Like, if you're already big, yeah, you can get away with that. You can do that. But like, for everyone else who's not already at the top, you don't get to do that, because
Yes.
you have to make something different.
Yes.
And so
And it sucks.
it does suck, because you want to be able to do the fun things that are also, like, I'm going to use the word easy. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
I would love to be able to just go live playing Resident Evil 4, because it's a game I've never played any Resident Evil. I think it would be kind of fun to do like a first walkthrough through, but no one cares if I play it.
Yeah.
Like, literally no one cares. But, if I go live talking about the intricate world building of Hollow Star's Tempest, a lot of people care. Because guess what? It's different. There's very few people doing stuff like that. And so it's made me rethink about like how you do, specifically you, just because you're on a list of VTubers I keep track of.
I feel like I'm being watched.
But that's one of the reasons why like you're unique people on that list, is because you came to that realization of your own, whereas I had to like actually go through and research to come to like, no, it kind of makes sense that doing those videos isn't worth your time. Now, doing a unique video, I think that would be worth your time. But for like just making highlights, yeah, it's probably not worth your time. Like, literally, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. And it sucks that it's not worth it because I wish it was.
Like, there's it's so fascinating. Because I do think you do get a little bit of trickle through watch if you have a large volume of content. But like, I'm also the firm believer of like, one knockout idea trumps 100 mediocre ones.
Yeah, that's what happened with Genshin.
Yep.
I reacted to Genshin trailers, and the stream had 200 views consistently throughout the entire thing. And after the stream, even though it was like a 3.5 hour VOD, it has 49, I think close to 50K views now.
Yeah.
Yep, it's the one good idea that I had.
But like, it's just how content works. Like, Cozy had the same thing happen with her live 2D VOD.
Like, yep.
I had the same thing happen with my Niji Sanji audition advice VOD. Like, that wasn't even the one that super blew up. That was the one that where I had like 100 people in chat. Because I always have like 100 people in chat when I do those VODs, even when I was tiny. But then the next day I was like, oh, do you want 70,000 views? What? And but like, I was okay with that. But like, it does just contextualize, like, doing something that's safe is generally just not worth your time. If you have to pick and choose, going for the thing that's unique is better.
Yeah. I want to do more unique things, but
It also
I
fail
don't
a
know
lot
where
more
people
often.
get yeah. I think I played it really safe with like being comfortable. I think I'm getting too comfortable, you know? Like obviously I want to grow, but I'm also really comfortable with where I am. Like the amount of views that I get per stream, how I'm reading chat, the people I recognize in the chat, and the type of content that I do. Like it's like I do some I'll do Genshin at least once per week, and then I'll draw like once every 2 weeks. I'll do a collab at least once every 2 weeks, and I don't know. It's consistent, and have realized that consistency has kept the community that I've built. Like it's kept them here. It has forcefully made them stay, but I'm not getting anything new anymore. So the current community is getting a lot closer to each other in Discord as well. Like we're talking a lot more with each other, but I'm not getting any like spikes in subs anymore. I'm not getting like a sudden burst in views on certain streams anymore. Like it's just plateaued.
See, that's, you know what's kind of interesting about that though is that for now your situation's a little bit different because you currently are able to do this full time with the money that you're making.
Mm-hmm.
So for you, it at least on some level makes sense that you like staying where you are is technically still working for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so you it's I think it's scarier in your position to go for something new because if you lose anything that you already have, that's actively threatening your lifestyle. Like maybe not today, maybe not even next month, but you know, if you do start to taper off, that will directly affect you in the way that you are currently able to live your life. For me, this is going to sound so callous. If I did something that completely destroyed my current audience, but gained me one that was twice the size, that's unfortunately a step towards where I ultimately want to be. And like, which makes me much more willing to take those chances. Now, I'm not trying to kick anyone out of my community, obviously. That's not what I'm saying. But like, for me, experimentation is I'm more willing to lose pieces of what I have because I'm not at the level I need to be yet.
Oh.
I can see myself. No, Zatham, don't leave me. But it's still scary, even if like you know. For me, I know I'm not where I need to be, which is why I think for me personally, it's really easy for like me to test things, to try out all these other projects, to do things that aren't just keeping the YouTube channel alive, because right now I plateaued super hard, like hilariously hard, which is why I'm more willing to experiment to break past that. And I know that some of the new stuff will probably disenfranchise some of my longtime, well, not my longtime viewers, but like some of the mid long time, like people who've been around for a little while that are like really into the lore stuff, but not necessarily into the new shenanigans I'm going to be up to. Like I have to be okay with losing them to try something new, to maybe get new people, because I feel suffocated if I stagnate. It drives me insane.
That's where I am.
I cannot stand staying at the same place. It like I am in my worst mental state ever if I am both stagnating and not doing new stuff. Like if my growth has stopped because I'm doing the same things, that's the worst feeling in the world to me. If my channel is like, going down because I'm trying new stuff. It just means the stuff I'm trying isn't working. So I can try new stuff. That's how my whole mentality changed with content. Because like I've told this story, but I don't know if you've heard it before. Because I as you know, I was heavily into education.
Okay.
VTB education.
I was there for the educational phase. Remember that?
Yeah, it's true. But the reason why I got out is because I felt the box that I was in. I could start feeling the walls around me of like where the limit of things at that time was going. Because like I, as a small channel, was matching channels many times my size and subscriber count for views. And that was a very negative sign to me. It was like, okay, I shouldn't be able to match them. This is bad. This is very, very bad. And so which is funny because it was around this time last year that I started having that same, panic attack. Oh, okay, we are stagnating. I see this. The writing is on the wall. We gotta smash this thing out of here. Also, thank you, Gluefit, for the membership. 4 months. And so I swapped into lore, and it was entirely an experiment. I didn't even tell the main YouTube channel about it. Oh, my phone. Hello? I didn't even tell the main YouTube channel about it until almost 2 weeks after I had started doing it on TikTok. And like, at that point, I made the change to swapping in. And right now, I'm hitting that same point with the lore. Is like, I really like doing it, but I also notice every new upload does slightly worse than the last one, right? And like, for those who are analytics people, the amount of new people finding stuff is going down. The amount of returning people is going up, but the new people is going down. So that's why that's what kicked me back into like survival mode of like, okay, what is the thing I've always wanted to do? We just gotta go for it, baby. But
See, I'm kind of doing that too, where it's like I've posted a lot of shorts and they typically get at least 1K, but they started going down, and I was like, oh no. So I made my TikTok account and I started posting there. I started posting stuff on Instagram too. And then that kind of gave me a little bit of a boost on YouTube too. For some reason, it actually was able to translate over, which is surprising because typically they don't. Like, it doesn't always connect like that. Not everyone feels compelled to check out a channel. Like, you have to go through like, you click on the video, you go into the profile, you click on the channel, then you have to click subscribe. Is not everybody is willing to do that. But like, it slowly started happening on TikTok, and I was like, oh shit, it's working. This is actually working. So I guess my shorts on YouTube don't work, but it works on TikTok and Instagram instead. Because I got like a 40K video takeoff on TikTok, and I think on Instagram I have two like 10K, 13, 15K like shorter reels, and I'm like, what in the fuck? Why YouTube nerfing me like this?
I've just personally found that stuff that works on TikTok doesn't work on YouTube for some reason, and vice versa. Like, I'll post something on TikTok, 500,000 views. Boom. Easy. Post it on YouTube, 2,000. Excuse me?
What the heck?
It's just...
Why?
Zatham's telling me that I need to tell you about the card game that I have definitely not abandoned.
You want to explain
one
something?
One of those side projects. It's Subathon Showdown. We made a card game basically making fun of Subathons.
Oh my god.
I actually have worked on it a little bit. I just haven't told anyone on stream about it yet.
Yeah.
But it's one of those side things. But the whole point of just like feeling like you're not growing is I don't think that it's really hard to empathize with content creators when they're having this struggle if you haven't gone through it yourself. Which is, I love talking about this because obviously am going through it. You're going through it. Everyone's always going through it, unless you're in the prime time currently. But I also think that's like one of the reasons why content creation, like I'm personally drawn to it, is because I know I can't just keep doing the same thing. I need to keep doing new stuff. I need to keep pushing myself to get better and better and better to stay, to use the term relevant, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I love that struggle of knowing that I need to be better because it makes me better. It's like
You
I
masochist.
eh. Look. I hate treading water. It drives me insane. It drives me insane. So I'm either going to drown or I'm going to swim another mile. That's how I live life. Is I can't tread water. I have to be going forward or else I'm slowly going backwards. There's no staying in the middle.
I float. I let whatever currents come and take me.
I'm pulling out
Ye-
the radar, searching for those currents to swim towards them.
no, they come for me. I'll just be sitting here and then I'll see on Twitter like, oh, this is taking off. All right, time to see if I am willing to get into it or not. And if I do, great. If not, then no. There was the thing with Genshin though that I've been pushing off for a long time. It was a game that I always wanted to try, and no one else at the time was playing it, but I knew that the community for it was really big. Like no one was trying it for the first time anymore because it was already out for like 2 years at that point. So I was like, okay, might as well give it a try. And then all the veteran Genshin players was just like, hey, we're here to help you. It was a shit ton of backseating, but it also brought in a lot of new people. So I went into this phase of like trying new games a lot, like trying Genshin and then trying Pokemon, I tried Cult of the Lamb recently. Tried Slime Rancher, tried Valorant. Like I just tried a bunch of new things and see how it went. And the only one that stuck was fucking Genshin, which is why
Yeah,
people
I
laugh and
dabbled
call
with
me a Genshin troll.
Genshin and
How
got
was
out
it?
of it real fast.
Why?
I like playing the game, but I was at one point in time I was gonna try and expand the lore stuff into video games lore,
Mm-hmm.
and Genshin is a easy target because like there's so much of it documented, right? Like it's really easy to research, like hilariously so. But then I ran into the Genshin community and I hated it.
Yeah, it's intense.
Because like oh my god. It I made the videos, they got a lot of views. I was introduced to the community that would follow Genshin stuff and said, no, thank you, goodbye. I made 4 videos and that was enough. Never again.
It's intense, yeah.
I'd
That's the easiest way to put it.
forgotten how dedicated gotcha game audiences are and how volatile and high energy they are.
Oh yeah.
Because I should have known this because I used to make content for a game called Epic 7.
Oh, I know that game.
And it was the same type of audience, right? It's like they are the ride or dies.
Yes.
And at the time I was really into it, which is why I was, making content for it. But then it was like I it was just so funny. The difference in like cuz for me the difference in the communities was when I make a video on someone in the VTubing community, it is almost always like, "Oh my god, this is awesome. You made a video about me. Let's go." You make a video about a Genshin character, they're like, "Well, actually, this oh, you pronounced Mondstadt
Yes.
incorrectly. How dare you?" Well, actually, you said this and okay. I apparently pissed a lot of people off with
I
I
did too.
oh my god. My favorite part. So, I put a video on TikTok and the intro line cuz it's about Lisa just cuz
Mm-hmm.
she's one of the 4 videos I made. And I had the audacity of saying in the video, this is why Lisa's the smartest character in Genshin Impact. And the whole premise of the video was because she gave up her knowledge, right? Like that was the whole premise. But that's not what people care about. They care about the first 5 freaking words of the video and then immediately give me like a full text essay on TikTok through replies about why I'm wrong. I'm like,
Yep.
good God, man. No, I don't care. Like,
I hate when people don't watch the entire thing through. Because you know that the answer to whatever it is they're saying is within that video. They just didn't bother to watch it. And those are the people I have decided to not give my time to. Yep.
That was the problem, is like I just didn't want to deal with those people. Oh God,
Yeah.
my favorite thing. This one caused a comment war, and I admit this was actually kind of funny to read in retrospect. So, how do you know the first city in Genshin, the one that you start at?
Mondstadt.
How do you
Yeah.
pronounce that?
Mondstadt.
I call it Mondstadt.
Okay.
You would not believe how many people got triggered by that.
Really? Why?
So the reason why I say Mondstadt is, to me, the word looks German.
It does.
And when I see the STADT, that's a
Yes.
sh sound, not st. Like, if I see that, it doesn't matter what game, like where it is. If I see that, my brain goes to, that sh sound. That's just what happens.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's meant to be. I know that, Crimson, but that's not why I said it that way. I just say things that way.
Yeah. Which is
And
fair.
that ignited the biggest flame war I've seen on TikTok in my comments about like people just reaming me for, you're not pronouncing it right. And then the actually people's like, well, actually, since it's based on German, his pronunciation's correct. And here's 10 wrong reasons why he's right. But they were still arguing that I was right. It was, oh my God, it was the weirdest. Like, it's the TikTok that has more comments than any I've ever made. And that's saying something, because I made a TikTok about Shy Lily, and it's just like 1,000 comments of womp womps, which is great, by the way. Love that. But like, it just, to this day, people are still arguing that. And I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
like,
pointless.
what the freak is going on? And I just, that was the moment that I was like, no, we're done. Actually,
See, this is.
oh,
No, you continue. Unless you're done.
I made the mistake of doing another one, and I said albedo, right? Which is correct. That's how they say it in the game, is albedo. But no, I could probably highlight the number of people that have just said all the comment is albedo. That's all the comment is, and it's thousands of them. Like, and that's the moment, because like, if it's a one-off thing, whatever, like, because occasionally any type of content, you will attract people that you just don't want there in the first place. Like, that's just true of anything. But like, every Genshin video I made attracted those type of people, and I was like, no. That would be a banger video, Zatham. Making a here's how to pronounce. Oh, that would be a banger video.
Make it. Do it, Raelz. Try the new thing.
That would have. I'm actually gonna write that down real quick, because that would. I don't want to do that, but it would be. That'd be a good Raelice video, actually. That would be a really good Raelice channel video.
Honestly, like when I look at the comment section on anything I post, if I see someone try to correct me on something, at first I'll look at it and be like, okay, is this genuine, or is this just a person trying to, like, they got a stick up their ass and they're trying to educate me on something I don't really want to be educated about? And if it's genuine, like you know the Fatui
Yeah.
in Genshin?
Yeah.
I didn't pronounce it that way at first. because I read it as Chinese, so I pronounced it as like Fatay. That's how I saw it.
Oh,
I thought it was
cool.
like pinyin, you know, like it's just how my brain recognized the word. And then in the comment section, it was like paragraphs, literally paragraph and paragraph after paragraph of just like, so this is why she's wrong, and this is the way you're supposed to pronounce it, and this is why voice actors, no matter where they're from, will pronounce things a certain way. Like in like even if some voice actors are speaking English, they have to pronounce things like if they're in Liye, the Chinese based place, they have to pronounce it like anglified because it's the whole voice acting thing. I'm like, okay, I get it. And there were like hundreds of comments just talking about it. I was like, okay, I get it. I speak Chinese. I understand it. How much more do we need this to go on for? And until now, some people will still, say things like that, and I'm like, okay, I speak every language that the game has to offer. I can read and write in each and every single one of them. You do not need to correct me.
No, they do, because you're wrong.
No.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna make that video
English,
now, though.
Chinese, Japanese, Korean. Like, I know every single one. Why? It infuriates me.
I need to make
That's
that
why
video now.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Well, so I recently debuted Raelice in all of her glory.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the beautiful PNG tuber that she is. And the whole reason why she exists is so I can make dumb videos that have nothing to do with anything else I'm doing, but I think are personally hilarious. And pissing off the entire Genshin community sounds fantastic.
You know what? Go for it. Get the clout you deserve.
And just make it I need to bastardize like all the names. Like just make them
You're gonna pronounce Lisa as Lissa?
Liza. Or Albedo.
You know?
I need
Alright, how about Al-Haytham? Al-Haytham?
Altheim. Just like intentionally butcher the name. See, I'd have to get real creative for like some people, like because like Bennett would probably have to be like Benet. And like, oh man, I would have to figure out like, so I need to commission like an artist or something for a couple of them to like make a character, like just for one or two that are just hidden in there that are like.
Okay, remember how we talked about how English is English and it's weird, like South and Southern, and you saying South and Southern, right?
Yep.
Okay, so there is, I think it was, I'm trying to remember who exactly. Oh, okay, you know, uh, I don't want to say the name. XIAO.
Zhao.
There, that right there confuses me, because where is the Z?
What?
You're saying Zhao.
Zhao.
Where's the ZH? Where? Or a J sound? Where is that?
I mean,
it's not in.
If it's correct pronunciation, it'd be like Xiao, right?
Yes. Yes. And the thing is, it's because like even written in English, right? Like the way it's like the pinyin or whatever, it still to me looks like xiao. Even if I didn't know Chinese, I would still say it as xiao. But everyone I know in the Genji community who listens in English, they'll say jiao. I'm like, why? There's no ZH, there's no J.
That one,
it confuses
that one
me.
I at least understand because the Xia, like the Shi and the Z sound are very similar. So I think over.
Really?
Well, it's because Xiao, Zhao has the same kind of mouth movement.
Xiao, jiao.
Zhao.
Really? Maybe this is me.
Like
Maybe
it's a
me
different
thing.
it's a different tongue position, right? But
Yeah.
like because the sh and the z, like it's the difference of where the tongue is. But that's personally why I believe a lot of words from other languages or like different like word conventions get kind of messed up when they get to English because we have a a sound for Z, and like she is not like it's not really a thing in English.
But the pronouns are she and her. She exists. The sound exists.
Well, it exists, but it's not like it's a hard sound instead of like because like xiao is like it's more on the sh and the ow, like the other vowel that's in there is quieter than the rest. If we're saying something
Oh, like
with,
it messes people up.
like sheet, right? That's a very
Mhm.
hard vowel sound. I feel like the she sound doesn't really exist a lot in English.
Oh, it's more on the E.
Yeah, it's on the E instead of like the she, like the I sound, like the xiao.
Ah.
So
Huh.
the only reason why I
Okay.
know that is because I speak with a lot of Chinese people. So I know how it's supposed to be pronounced, but it's I know people say Zhao.
That one will consistently escape me a little bit. Just looking at the word and cooking.
What?
Cooking,
Oh, Kiching.
but people say cooking.
I've never heard cooking.
I heard it so much.
Kecking. That's funny.
Cooking.
See, I just always say Kaching because it's like Lightning McQueen, Kachow, but it's Kaching.
I would expect that, but no. I've heard cooking a lot. Like it bothers me. I'm like it's a Q sound at the very least.
She's one of the only people who's permanently on my team.
Aww. Wait, you still play? I thought you didn't anymore.
No, I still play.
Oh, you just don't make videos on it anymore.
Yeah, I just don't make videos on it because I'm a very stuck in my ways person. I've used the same team for like the last several months and it doesn't change.
Oh damn. Hey, add me on Genshin.
The only people that get to exist on my team are Kaching, Nahida. Oh shoot, what's her face? Oh gosh,
Small, medium, tall?
water tank. Why can't?
Yelan.
No, it's not Yelan. Why can't
Barbara.
I? It's
Nilu.
Nilu, yeah, Nilu, and then you can tell which characters I actually care about. And then Dendro Archer, I forget her name.
Kole.
Yeah, Koi. And other than that, we got Razor. Razor gets to sub in for Kaching every once in a while.
Razor cute boy.
Razor's the best boy. He's the only.
Best boy.
He's
Well,
only good.
Goro
best
was
boy.
also cute best boy, but the Liu version. Best boy. No, Inazuma, my bad. Blah, blah. I want to make more Genshin shorts because I feel like those are the ones that would take off.
Yes.
But
Well, those are also
I
the
am so
ones.
worried that garner the audience that we don't want.
Yep. That's precisely why I don't make them anymore. Is because I don't want to deal with it. I just don't.
Have you had to deal with hate comments before?
Not terrible. I mean, I get called a leech every now and then, but eh.
A leech? What?
What do you mean?
No, not a leech. What?
I'm the biggest leech. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What? You were?
Yeah, for
No.
like Niji Sanji auditions and stuff, and talking about other people. Like, I don't really. I mean, I think it's funny. That's why I had Raelice made. But yeah, I don't know. People talk about it all the time. It is what it is. I'm sure I'll start getting Doug Leech comments soon enough because I'm doing some stuff that's similar to what he does. soon, but I made it myself. uh, I don't know. I don't particularly care though. The hate comment that really inspired someone or inspired Raelice in the first place is still probably the worst one I've ever gotten, but it was too funny to me because someone was saying if I got into Niji Sanji, they'd blow their brains out. Which I thought was a really extreme comment, but they introduced me as that damn delete Raelice.
Oh, no.
I think
I'm
it's
shook.
I think it's funny. I think it's
It's
funny.
people like you that need to make content.
Look,
because I feel like so many people would take comments like that to heart too much, and then they would just stop.
like on
You
some
can laugh
level,
about it.
on some level, like the comment does dig a little bit, but like on others, I I don't know. Maybe my sense of like people attacking me is just wrong, but I just don't care. Like if I don't know you, your words literally just don't mean anything to me. Like you have no idea who I am. You're probably just having a bad day. You're pissed off. You want to be angry about it to someone else so that maybe it distracts from your own pitiful life. Like I don't care. I'm also probably someone who blocks more comments than they should. If I think that something's just stupid, I'll just delete it. I don't know.
I feel okay. I've been told that I'm too forgiving with people on the internet, like banning people, hiding people in chat, things like that. Apparently, I'm way too forgiving. Like it's to a fault that shit blows up, and I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry, mods, that you now have to deal with this, and it makes me feel bad because now I'm just like, okay, in the past, as a smaller VTuber, it didn't matter, you know. I could easily talk to someone, be like, okay, please don't do that again, and then it's fine. But now that I'm bigger, it's like we can't cater to every single little person that does some shit in my chat and be like, okay, so this is what you did wrong, and we're gonna talk about it, and everything will be fine. You know, like I can't do that anymore. I have to be like harsher.
Yeah.
And when it comes to comments and stuff, like I've seen my shorts, the comments where it's like, you sound like a kid. Are you even legal? You sound kind of annoying. And I'm like, okay, well, a lot of people in my chat say I'm very comfy, so I don't really know what I am anymore. And it's, I think it's a mix of just finding people who like you and realizing that the people who don't just will leave and they'll never come by again.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little too jaded because I don't know. I know what I want. I know what I care about. This is a sad admission, but I generally just don't read comments on YouTube anymore. I kind of just ignore all of them unless they're by like people I've seen in live streams. Then I'll be like, okay, I'll heart your comment because I like you. But
Yeah.
like honestly, if I haven't seen your name before, I don't care if you make the like most insightful comment. I just don't care. It's not worth my mental energy to care about what random people are saying. It's sad, but it's kind of true. Like if I actually take the time to care about each and every comment, I would lose all my time. And so it's but for people in my live streams, I don't know, I have no problem telling people to like be like, hey, cut that crap out or else I'm gonna time you out. Like just I don't know. I just don't feel the I don't know. Maybe I'm too jaded. I block people on Twitter. I mute them all the time. I unfollow people that I just don't interact with their content anymore. Like
Oh damn.
I don't know. I don't care. Like I don't have the time to focus on people who probably don't care about me. Like why if it upsets you that I unfollowed you, I'm sorry. Oh well. Life goes on. Like
Yeah, I went on an like unfollow spree a while back. I think I narrowed it down enough now that I can actually see the people I want to see, and not people whose accounts are dead or
like
just gone.
I've had conversations with friends about this who think I'm not necessarily the greatest person, but like I also just I don't know, I just don't interact with things that I just don't want to see. Like I'm personally I don't care for or about the lewd space at all. Like
Aren't you saying?
I don't have a strong opinion either way. I just
Hmm.
don't want to see it. I'm not into it. So I just don't follow anyone who reposts that kind of fan work or, post
Hmm.
it themselves, which means there's a lot of VTubers that I've interacted with on stream that I do not follow and will not follow. Because, like, I'm sorry, but I, I'm not into that. I'm not going to deal with it. Sorry. Like, I don't know what to tell
Yep.
you. It's just exactly Zatham. I no longer wish to be horny. I wish to be happy. In my case, I genuinely don't care what people do. Like
I no like corpo VTubers. A lot of people expect indies to follow corpo VTubers, but I don't follow every single corpo VTuber out there. Like it, I don't know why people expect that of me or of any indie for that matter.
because corpo VTubers are the leading industries
The role
VTubers.
models that we aspire to be.
Yeah. Didn't you know that?
I don't like that. That's the thing. I don't like it. Like, sure, they're great content creators. They have a really nice company backing them. They have really cool looking models. Maybe they even have like wonderful personalities, like on and off stream. But I don't know. My role model is. I feel like it has to be myself. I know it's very self centered to say, but if
How dare you?
I'm not making the content that I think is, worthy of being looked up to, or the community I built isn't reflective of what I stand for, then I'm doing something wrong. And I want to be a role model for myself. Otherwise, I'm never gonna work hard to do shit, and it sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm okay. Remember how? Okay, backtrack a little bit. You know how you said you unfollow people, you block people, you mute people?
Mm-hmm.
I have never done that, even though I probably should have. Like,
Really?
yep. When I first started VTubing, I don't know if you know this. I got sexually harassed by someone for about a month. It was another VTuber, big VTuber, and they constantly was like, "Hey, I'll help you out to start up and stuff." And I was like, "Okay, I'd appreciate the help because I don't know how YouTube Studio works. I didn't even have OBS yet." And then it just escalated, and I was just like, "Okay, I hate this. I don't. I want out." And I just, you know, left. I didn't reply to them anymore. I just ghosted them completely, even though they kept calling me nonstop. And there was a point where they were like, we were in a call together, and they refused to let me end it, or they threatened my career that barely even started. And I was weak at the time. I was just like, okay, this is normal. And the whole sexual harassment lasted like the whole month, and I was freaking out. I'm not gonna lie, I was freaking out a little bit, but um, it was a 12-hour call overnight, and I woke up and the call hadn't ended, and I was just like, what the fuck? And it scared me a lot. But until now, I haven't blocked them. I haven't muted them. I obviously unfollowed them, and I haven't told anybody who they were because it just feels wrong to call someone out because I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I always think like what if another person who's doing something shitty, they do it because they have reasons. Like if making content for them is a way to keep up a household, to live their life comfortably of, you live in an apartment with functioning water and electricity, and this is how you earn your money, or maybe you have kids to look after, I wouldn't know. But calling someone out and potentially destroying their life like that, it would make me feel so guilty, which is why I've never done it. No matter, like, even if I guess I told like my friends to stay away from them, but I can't cater to every single individual out there. Be like, okay, don't interact with this person, because what if I get canceled for saying that, and I don't want to risk it. Yeah. That's why I never blocked anybody, never muted anybody. I just leave them alone.
See, you've got a more positive outlook than I do.
Yep. People tell me that I'm too forgiving, that I'm too nice, that I should have blocked, I should have muted and everything, and like, told the whole entire world that they did this, but
See,
I don't know. My morals just tell me not to.
I mean, there's always room for finesse in any situation, because like there's
You
because
look so dejected down there.
well, I wasn't the one going through this in this situation, but it was a friend who some claims had been levied against him pretty hard, and I didn't really believe the claims, not because they weren't valid, but because I saw things from the other side of someone. Like, it was someone who was definitely super awkward, but wasn't trying to be malicious. And to go to your point of like, you never know what kind of state someone is in. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, he should have been called out on some creepy stuff he was doing, which I did call him out on. Was like, you shouldn't have done this, and here's why. But I feel like that speaking out about weird situations is always, it's always weird, because you do never know where someone is in life and what they're currently going through. Because I subscribe to the belief that most people in life aren't trying to ruin yours. They're just being selfish. They're trying to make theirs better, which can ruin a lot of other people's lives in the process. Like keeping you up on a 12-hour phone call. That's pretty creepy. Not gonna lie. That's pretty high on the creepiness scale.
That is very high.
Let's keep it real. But like, while I personally would have probably said something, I don't know if it would have been like, the big old twit-longer to try and get someone canceled. It more of just, I don't know. You never know what to do in any situation. I very much am a fighter. If someone does something I think is weird, I'm ready to throw down. But that's me, right? And I feel like that's how a lot of us feel looking at things from the outside. But it's so much different when you're the one it's happening to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like, Cozy, okay. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of what Cozy did for me. Because I collabed with Sunny, I collabed with Cozy, and I remember talking to a lot of the people in Kawa earlier, like not earlier, like November last year. And a while after, me, Cozy, and Frey were doing a lot of things together. I received some DMs that were like, "You're going to Kawa for clout. You're trying to get into Kawa through Cozy." A lot of people with anger issues being like, "You're just using them. You're a Kawa clout chaser," like things like that. And I left it alone because I didn't think it was important. But a few days later, I mentioned it on stream, and Cozy happened to be there. I didn't know she was there, but she was just like, "Oh no, I'm getting angry." And then she started going on Twitter, like, trying to defend my honor when I didn't even make a big deal out of it. But she was like, "I'm gonna throw hands." It was all her, and I was like, "Okay, this is fine." So people throw hands for me. I don't throw the hands myself.
Yeah. Apparently, someone messaged Cozy after we collabed as
Oh
well.
no.
Same type of thing. I'm like, you, what? Okay, I, I like on some level I get it, right? Like of why people think that or think that people
Mm-hmm.
could think that, because it does us no disservice to lie to people and say like, yeah, that happens for sure. Like
Mm-hmm.
it 1000% happens, but can you maybe let that person deal with it and not feel like you need to get off on an emotional energy that doesn't exist yet? I don't know. It it's super weird. I'm actually legitimately surprised I did not get called a clout chaser for collabing with Merriweather. I'm
No.
legitimately surprised. No one ever said anything. They were just like, "Oh, this is super exciting! It's the lore cat and the lore rider. Whoa, let's go!" I'm like, no one's. That's it. We're just excited. No one's gonna say anything. Okay, great, wonderful. It's like win in my
But
book.
that's what you
No,
want.
it's great, but like I expect people to say that because for me, it's on some level it's just projecting, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
what it is. Is like you see someone interacting with someone that you want to interact with,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't, and they can.
Ah.
So, and that's the weird thing to me is like, especially this last year, I really
Mm-hmm.
stopped giving a crap about what size people are because it genuinely doesn't matter. like
It doesn't.
like I there's a YouTuber who's in my DMs all the time that's like multiple millions of subs,
Oh.
but they're just a person like that.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, like the number literally means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know. It's so fascinating because I feel bad when people get like reamed for that when it just
To have numbers.
well that like collaborate with people that are bigger than them that are friends with them, right? Like you
Ah.
and Cozy, not now because like you guys are pretty equivalent, right? But
Mm-hmm.
back then, it's like yeah, she's 10,000 or 9,000, and you're whatever you were, like two, three, four, whatever number you were,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And it's like she's twice your size. How dare you be a cloud chaser? And it's like from the grand scheme of things, it's like oh no, she has 3,000 more subscribers. That means nothing.
It means that
Even like the
the
difference between like 50 and 10 is like we're all in the same playing field. We're all it doesn't matter.
Okay, do you see on Twitter when people be like, "Thank you for 100 followers, thank you for 200, thank you for 300," all the way up until like 1,000, and they start celebrating the thousands? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I fell into that trap of doing it in the hundreds. Like, I stopped doing it around like 500 because I was like, this is getting insane. And there's really no point in doing it. I also realized that YouTube community tab, each post would get at least 100 to like 200 likes. On Twitter, I would get 20. And I
Yeah,
was
your
like,
community
why?
post is kind of goaded. I don't
It is.
you get way more interactions on your posts than like anyone I've seen. It's crazy.
It's weird, and I don't know why. I'm thinking it's because most of my community sees the YouTube channel more than the Twitter, because they're like everything is solidified into one platform that they don't need to go everywhere and like go to Twitter, go to Insta, go to TikTok for like other updates from me. So also my Discord is really fucking active. Like they will talk even when I'm not there. They'll be in VC even when I'm not there. It's when I'm there, it's like a treat, you know. And it's just that's why I'm thinking being on one platform isn't a bad idea. Like branching out to others is fine, but it's not like gonna benefit me as much as doing things for my channel on its own. And that's the opposite of what everyone tells you to do. Because they're like, if you're on Twitch, you need to make a YouTube channel, you need to post shorts or TikToks or Reels on Instagram. Like, I doing that has not really given me anything. It's
Well,
being on YouTube solely has given me things.
I think the difference with, I still think that advice is important if you're not on YouTube, because YouTube is unique in the sense that if you make something for YouTube, it can be easily transplanted anywhere else, right? Like if you make a short for YouTube, it also works on TikTok and Instagram. If you make a video on YouTube, it also works on like Patreon or other platforms that you might want to post that on. If you make something on Twitch, it only works on Twitch. If you make something on TikTok, you can transplant just that to YouTube Shorts, but that's the only thing. YouTube is the only platform that has all of the types of content that you can literally just copy paste onto others. So that's why I think the advice changes a little for YouTube. Is YouTube, you should build content with the YouTube audience in mind, and then when you can, transplant that content onto other platforms. As long as you're keeping YouTube as like your primary, because like that's what I do, is all of my other stuff is just me copy pasting what I already put on YouTube. Like it's literally just that. And that's the model I think more people need to get into, because that lets you spread out, but not actually do that much more work. You know? So
that's what I need. I need that desperately. And you know what? I found this really cool the other day. Kind of a little bit different, but I was in my Discord server, and some of my members were in the voice chat. My members are very close with each other. They play games together all the time, and they talk with each other all the time. So they were all in VCT. I think there was like a good 7, 8 of them in there. And I popped in, and one of them was just like, "Oh my god, it's Mia," and I was like, "Yeah, hi, what's up?" And they were so shook. They were just like, "You come in here and talk with us?" I'm like, "Yes, of course I do." Like you're in my Discord. You're in my PC. Of course I'm gonna, if I'm free, I'll come say hi. And they're like, this is so weird, because most VTubers, or at least bigger ones that they knew of, you'd only get to talk to them so directly through meet and greets if you go to conventions or something, or if like a whole meet and greet in Discord was set up by a company of some sort, or it was like filtered out with like moderation. And I was like, nah, I don't really believe in all of that. I think it's a good idea to actually talk to people who come to my streams and see what they're like, you know? And they were so nervous. They were freaking out. And I was like, no, you don't have to freak out. This is all good. I'll talk to you again when I'm free, yeah? And like if you're ever in VC again, maybe I'll pop by. I'm in here sometimes. And I think that's what made me realize how important it was to really have a solidified community. Like talking to them, seeing just one person freak out about me like that was just like, oh damn, it's important. I mean, obviously now I think that they've been desensitized to my presence. Some of them, anyway. But the newer ones are like, oh my god, it's me! And they start freaking the fuck out. The OG ones are more just like, hey bro, what's up? And they treat me like it's nothing. Yeah. Do you talk to your viewers like that too, or not?
I occasionally pop into the Discord. I
Yeah?
would do it more often, but since I do this as like my side job currently, usually I'm working on something, and I'm not a person who multitasks remarkably well.
I'll say.
I like, especially if I'm like trying to script something out, I can't be on a voice call or anything like that. Because I need to focus. And so I do try to pop in. I've been trying to pop in more often, but
Wait, am I in your Discord? I don't know if I am. I don't think I am.
I invited
Time to
you on
invade.
as a guest and you're not even, it's okay. I'm in your Discord on my alt, so you don't even know I'm there. But haha.
I'll read all the rules and stuff later. I've invaded.
No!
I'm invading.
We must fight back the invade. No. Oh, gosh. Now, I want to do it more often, but it's really just because I like talking to people. I like talking to people a lot, as you may have noticed, as we're at the 3.5 hour mark.
Oh wait, is it?
Yeah.
Shit, I thought it was 2.5 hours, not 3.
Yeah, we've been going on for a little while. I really like talking to people, and so if I like talking to people, I like focusing on the people I'm talking with. So I can't be on a call and also be doing something else unless it's like literally we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
But
I can't do that either. My brain doesn't work that way.
it just doesn't. Yeah, that's why I don't join Discord super often, is because honestly, it's either I can talk with the community or I can make more content, and usually making more content usually wins out. So
I need to do that. It's always been on my mind. Like, I need to make my content. I need to make my clips and videos and shorts of me from streams. I have so much streams out there that I could definitely pull something from them, and then I never do it.
Yep. Also, welcome on in, honey.
Hi, honey. Hello. I collabed with Honey yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yesterday. Yes, yesterday. Yo, getting to know everyone in Kawa's Cascade, so nice. They're all so squishy. I think I've collabed with every single one of them individually at this point. They're all so nice.
I have not had that opportunity.
No? No? I've talked to every single one of them on my own stream at least once. It's great. They're all so cute.
It's okay. I ran their game show. I have that card to play.
You do! God dang it. No, I was just a guest.
I'm safe here with the cat. You can't hurt me. What? Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Well, we should probably get to some of the questions because there's a lot of them.
I forgot. Oh no.
See, now you told me before. Oh yeah, we'll get to all the topics, and I was like, "Well, we'll see." And you're like, "No, we'll do it." I'm like, "No, no."
I think we did. Which was okay. Let's see.
No, we definitely.
Yeah, we did. We did most of them. You know, the full-time thing.
Technically, we touched on it a little bit.
The things that I feel like I bring to content creation. I think we talked about it.
We didn't talk about how you started, though.
We kind of did.
I got. All right, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
We kind of did. Yeah.
We kind of did. We kind of did.
See.
All right, fine.
Wow, you sound like a dad. Thanks, Dad.
No. Why? You people. Okay.
What would you prefer the Onita? I'll take that as a yes.
No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
I take it as the yes. Hey, we got him.
Good gosh. Oh, you people. You people. He cringed away. Oh, gosh.
Wait. Question time. You said?
Yes. Question time. I need to mentally recover. Okay. Here's one from Zatham.
Yes.
Miyako, I've heard your deep voice, but what does it sound like if you're trying for a higher pitched voice?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there is one thing I know that my chat may or may not have wanted to hear earlier.
Okay.
You know the Nico Nico knees.
Oh gosh, yes. I'm aware.
Yeah, apparently, someone wanted me to do that the other day,
And did
and
you
I
do
said
it?
no. I said no, cause you know I didn't want to do it. Cause the only way that I could think of doing it is if I did it in like the really high pitched voice of some sort.
Clippers, get ready. I mean,
You know, because wait, what?
we'd be down for a demonstration.
You know, because you invited me to your channel, I'll do it. Oh my god, stop! What? Stop! I'm like, how does it go again? ニコニコに、笑顔を届ける矢沢ニコニコ。ニコニって覚えてラブニコ。Okay, just wanted to make sure I got the words right. Okay. ニコニコに笑顔届ける矢沢ニコニコ。ニコニって覚えてラブニコ。
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Wow.
All right. So, people in chat, that will be available for you to download after the stream and propagate everywhere.
No, I fucked it up. Don't do this to me. I don't know. I don't think my voice is like particularly high or anything.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
What?
I'll use the date voice that I use when I make appointments and phone calls instead. Then how's that?
Sure, let's do it.
No. I was kidding.
You offered. You offered.
No. I was kidding.
No. Chat. We didn't. No. We need to hear it.
Yeah.
We need to hear it.
No. You don't know. You've heard it before.
I have no memory of this place.
Yes, you do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You were there for that stream.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard this voice.
Yes, you have.
I don't. No, I definitely have not heard. No.
Yes, you have. Yes.
Okay, chat. I need you to put 1 in chat if you believe I was there, or 2 if you know correctly that I was not there.
Wait. No.
I wasn't there. I've never heard it. See?
Yes, you have.
No, Zatham's lying, but okay. See,
Zatham's right.
Resolution is one of your loyal, dedicated viewers. If they say I wasn't there, I wasn't there.
I can't believe this. No, chat, stop gaslighting me. See, even Joker says 1. See, my viewers are gaslighting. No.
I think we need to hear it again.
No. You were there. You were there for this.
I know you were. No, I'm pretty sure I wasn't there.
God, no, you were. I know you were.
I mean, you better do it again just so that we have absolute proof that I've heard it.
All right, then what I gotta say?
Zatham actually has a good idea. I need you to troll Paradox Mint for me, and just say Paradox Mint in your low voice, and see if she zaps back into existence.
I don't know if it'll be that. Like, it's not that big of a difference from now. I think. I don't know if it'll work. Hold on. Let me drink some milk tea. Hold on. Takes a lot of effort to get it down. Is it low enough yet? No. I think we're getting there. Yeah, slowly. So, I feel like it can be lower. It could go lower. It can go a little bit lower. No, I give up.
You were so close. You were so close.
No, this is the lowest it's gonna go. I think this is as low as it's gonna go for today. I've been too hyped for this entire stream, so I think this is as low as it's gonna go. It's not that different from how I normally talk, I think. Maybe a bit quieter. If anything, it's a bit quieter. Right?
Just a little bit, not that much actually.
Right? Yeah, it's just a little bit quiet. This is the voice I use when I make phone calls. For sure. Be like, can I have a table for 2 at 6:30 p.m., please? It's that voice. Mommy voice? No. I don't know how to do a mommy voice. You know, like the whole aura stuff. Like, I've never been able to do it. Not comfortably, anyway. E. E. Call out Mint in the deep voice to vibe checker. Hey Mint, are you around? Hey. Alright. That's all I got for you. I got it.
I mean, wait, sorry, my headphones were off. What did you? No, I'm just kidding.
No! No!
Oh gosh. Look, I just have to give you a hard time.
I know you do. But it's okay. I gave you a hard time too.
It's true. It's true. See, that's the, I don't have other voices. It just doesn't. I just don't have them. Never tried.
No.
No.
You should try. Try one.
See,
can you daddy voice?
Apparently only when I wake up in the morning.
Can you imitate it?
Actually, I don't think I can. Like
Does it just sound croakier?
No. Okay, here. I'll send it to you on Discord.
Okay. What am I getting? What am I getting?
This definitely not a virus. I mean, what?
Knowing you, it may as well be.
Wait, what? Look, BTKS doesn't register as a virus anymore. It
Not
used
all
to.
your random ass, your fill in this play. I am very mad at this stuff within your code. Don't think I don't know what you do.
All right, stream.
Holy shit.
This is my voice.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm hearing it. That is very morning-y.
Yeah.
It's very daddy voice. You're right.
Hey. I wouldn't use that I don't know if I'd use that descriptor.
But it is.
No, that's just what my voice sounds like when I am just waking up.
But I've heard enough BL to know that that's the daddy voice in the morning.
Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh.
My ears are very well attuned and trained to listen for male voice frequencies. Because 360 ASMR BL audio clips exist.
I am not surprised at all, actually.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I also know there's something waiting for me in Discord made by Sodi that I'm not entirely sure if I want to see that yet, but I know it exists. I posted that clip to my Discord and they lost it this morning.
I need to be in your Discord, damn it! I need to read the rules and stuff first though. Because I'm a good Discord person like that.
I mean, here's the real question. Is do people actually have different rules for Discords, or are we all just basically sharing the same rules?
I think people have different ones because some things work in a community and some things don't work in another.
True.
Yeah. I know for mine, we limit stuff in where you can send pictures and stuff. Typically only the media channel. There's obviously some channels only I can talk in, like the schedules channel. I'll restrict that. And I think it was the venting channels and stuff. Some servers have that. Mine doesn't. It used to, but we got rid of it.
Mine has it. It just auto deletes itself.
No, ours is just kind of there, at least in the past. But then I made a new server, so yeah. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next question. Do you
Are there more?
think? Oh yeah, there's several.
Okay.
So, Villager wants me to ask his, which I will not, but you might be able to guess what it is based off what he's posting in chat. Villager, I feel like I have to skip yours out of tradition at this point in time.
Tradition. What tradition?
He wants to know how people taste.
I see. Cannibalism or
Yes.
ah. I don't have much fat. I don't think I would be very tasty to grill.
There you go. There you go. Oh gosh. Okay, so this one is from Arkwolf. Do you think more large companies should turn their mascots and characters into VTubers? Do you think we'll see a Goku VTuber or a Godzilla VTuber someday?
That's a loaded question. Holy. I mean,
My question is no, or my answer is no.
I say no. I say no too. Did you see what happened with the freaking Frosted Flakes, dude?
No.
The tiger?
Oh,
the
Tony the Tiger? What? Oh, yeah, I saw what Twitter did to him. But
that's one of the reasons why I say no.
I just think that there are some instances where it could make sense. Like, I actually think that Crunchyroll making Hime was, well, could have been a good idea. She is not being used well.
Yeah.
Like, she's just a streamer. Whereas, like, I feel like Enoko for Netflix, who is also not, like, she's not being used at all anymore that I could find.
Which is so sad.
Like, I thought that was actually kind of a good idea if they could have, you know, made her less robotic and, you know, actually made it into a good video. But, like, the concept of a waifu recommending anime waifus to you to watch, that's pretty solid in my opinion. Like,
oh, it's so solid.
Like, that's a good idea. And they just fumbled the whole concept in my opinion. They made her be like this awkward talk host. They didn't really give her enough time to come into her own, right? And so, like,
they didn't market her properly in my opinion.
They didn't.
Yep. The problem with these kind of ideas of large companies turning mascots into VTubers is they need the budget for it. So they need not just a good model, but they need the money to put ads out, to consistently put videos out of them. Let the VTuber do what a VTuber is supposed to do, like creating content and streaming occasionally. Just, you know, letting them. The beauty of being a VTuber is that you are your own person. I feel like you're a personality. And if you're only seen through marketing strategies of recommend this, recommend that, you know, it gets kind of like, okay, then what are you actually about though? Like, are you, you know, are you gonna be a gremlin? Are you mommy? Like, what are you? You know, I feel like companies don't really give you that.
Well, I think one of the big problems with companies having streamers is the beauty of marketing and most marketing material is that it is personality agnostic. Like, you don't need a personality of a person to sell the thing. The thing is what's being sold. Actually, this actually harkens really well back to our two different approaches to content, where I was really focused on making the thing that was being sold. You were more interested on being the thing, right? And I think that's where a lot of this problem with companies getting into VTubing lies, is that they have a great product. They want a VTuber to shill it, but if that's what all the VTuber is, no one cares because you're trying to attach a product to a personality and have that person's personality be the product, where you could just market the product and be better off than hiring a VTuber. If you're going to hire a VTuber, that personality needs to be adding to your brand. It's a bigger risk, but it could be a bigger reward. Like it, no one wants to watch a living product placement. Literally no one.
I feel like okay, currently, there's Hime, there's the Netflix one, and there's I think Opera GX is also coming out with auditions for one, and
Yeah.
I worry because if okay, you have the product, right? Like there's something that needs to be marketed out there. What you could market that without the VTuber. I feel like companies aren't really thinking about why they would need the VTuber besides it's a trend or it's the meta or it's just something mainstream that everybody has and everyone's doing right now. They're not really seeing what the VTuber world is really about or what they would bring that would make it different from just marking the product of whatever it is without the VTuber.
Yeah.
Like they're treating a VTuber as an add-on, and I think that's the problem. They're not focusing on the VTuber when that's what people would want to see.
C9 Vienna is the best example of a branded VTuber of her own personality. She's not C9 Vienna anymore. That's my response to that comment.
Okay.
Like, she did nothing for the brand. No one cared. Like, she was a good streamer.
They cared for Vienna. They didn't care about C9.
Yeah. Like, they watched her. No, you're good. You're good, Zen. I just wanted to. That's kind of why we're proving the point here. Is like, a brand will pick up and C9 is a little bit different because they already are a streaming organization to begin with. Like they're a content creator organization. So that's a content creator organization picking someone up is very different than Walmart picking someone up, right? It's a completely different ballgame. But even then, it's companies don't view VTubers. They view them as the fad thing that will get them in with that hip young audience, right? But the VTubers themselves don't actually do anything for the brand, like literally nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And the few exceptions where they could have done something would have been Hime, which they're not using. Like, she's just a streamer, which is like, that's fine. But like, she could have had access to so much cool stuff being employed by Crunchyroll, and I feel like that they're not.
Like, an anime girl with an anime company, you would think that it would work so well.
Like, if I was to pitch Hime as a concept, I would have pitched her as how Aniko should have turned out. I would have pitched her as a content creator that is basically the host of an anime show or a couple different shows, right? That are like all based around Netflix. It's within the company. They have licenses to promote that stuff, right? Like, basically they make her the host of a show. That's a great use for a VTuber. It's not a streamer position. It's not a like that. It's just the problem. The problem really is that companies have products that they need people to sell. The emphasis will always be on the product.
This is why I thought when they came out with VTubers, it would be like a stream of this one VTuber being like reviewing anime that came out that season, or this is what's upcoming. Just an entire stream, like a very not scheduled, but like kind of planned out one where it's like in the beginning they talk about what's coming out this season, or like what just finished, or like animes to expect, or like shows to expect if you're like the Netflix one, or like reviews and opinions on it. Or if something is ongoing, it's like, oh yeah, recent recap of something episode.
Yeah.
You know? Like, that's what I would have expected from VTubers being part of, like, Crunchyroll or Netflix. And even Upper GX.
I think that's a great use for them. right? But it's
Right?
like,
Like if they're marketing them and they're VTubers seen as like streamers, content creators, like that is what I would have expected. But that didn't happen.
yeah. So a good question, good follow-up question from King is, who do you think, whose fault do you think that is? It's the companies, right?
I'd say company too. Yeah.
Like you can have the best creator, but they're going to be limited by what the company wants them to promote or what the company is allowed to do. And I just feel like it's not using the strengths of streaming, and it's not to the strengths of the company either, because they could probably formulate an ad campaign using just their mascot, which is not a personality. It's literally a character they created. The problem is that people think that you can turn a character into a VTuber and have it work well, but a big point of a mascot character is that it is universal. It doesn't have that personality. There's actually a very interesting quote by Mr. Beast about this, who talks a lot about his own videos and content creation, given, you know, how good, you know, he does on YouTube. I'd be inclined to say that he knows what he's talking about, but he's worked very hard to remove personality from his videos. And they are so easily consumable by everyone because there is not a personality. There is only a product. And trying to make a VTuber be a product, just, it's not something we've seen work. Just straight up. It's not something we've seen work. So, yeah, I'd say company's fault on that one.
Yeah, companies and the contract as well. You don't know what their contract says. You don't know what they ended up signing up for. Even us, like as you know, being VTubers, we don't know exactly what it says. So
Yeah, there's a lot
hard
of
to say.
stuff.
There's so many things that could, you know, impact them, but we're not necessarily the all-knowing beings.
Here's a question from Judgmental Cat. In your opinion, what is the best way to go about creating stream and video titles?
Ooh. For games that I think are very like mundane or something that I do frequently, I'll put the title of the game in a bracket. And some random thing that I think the stream would be about or something that would get people thinking. And then my name at the end. And if it's something that I think is like more of a big event kind of thing, I wouldn't do the whole like put the game in brackets or topic in brackets and then like a title and my name at the end. I would just make it that one big title thing in like all caps or whatever if I need to. And it's just keywords, always keywords. And so if people were to find me, that's why I put my name in the title at the very end. If they're looking for a specific game, that's why you put it in the beginning. And then whatever's in the description might also affect it, but honestly not very much.
Yeah, I've kind of given up on naming things.
How do you go about it then?
Well, let's just take a look at the last couple names of live streams I've done. And this should give you an idea. I have decided to wake up. Good meowing. We were going to design a mascot, but instead talked about D&D. Designing a chat mascot, but for real this time. Another one. Let's get weird tonight. I have no mouth, but I must stream. VTuber Addicts Anonymous. I just kind of name things if I think they're funny. Like that's because YouTube doesn't really push out streams very much. Like it does, but it doesn't push it out as much as like a video. So really, if you make a thumbnail that you would click on, or at least be like, huh, what is that? That's the only gauge I have for like thumbnails and stream titles, is at least for streams. For videos, it's I need to encapsulate the concept of the video in the thumbnail. So if it's a video about
Same.
Vishojo timeline, it better look like it's a timeline video, because like there's tons of them out on YouTube that you can reference for that. But
Mm-hmm.
for streams specifically, I just, unless it's a series like Off the Rails, then going off the rails is in every stream title, because it's also a podcast. Shout outs to the new YouTube podcast listeners that will probably never see this, but hey, love you. But other than that, it's just, if I think it's funny, I put it down. Like that is my only gauge for titles and thumbnails, and when I do that, they just seem to work better.
I feel like I change my titles depending on the stream, like how it is. Mid-stream might change it, after the stream might change it. And I find it really hard to settle on one.
I've done
But
that.
the key thing I keep in mind is just keywords of what's gonna happen, which is why I don't do the clickbait thing. I've never fallen into that clickbait thing. I don't like doing that. I feel like as a viewer, it's a waste of my time, and I don't know, it would piss me off and make me not want to watch the rest of whatever that person has to offer. So I don't clickbait people.
I don't usually have to change stream titles because of how I do streams. I go in with a very specific topic. Then once it's over, it's over. Stream's done. But I did have to change my title last week, where we were going to design a mascot, and then we talked about D&D, which is why the stream is titled. We were going to talk about, we were going to design a mascot, but instead talked about D&D. Because that's funny to me. That's exactly what happened during the stream.
I mean, I typically will go like, okay, what do I think will happen, or like what I plan to do. So like in Genshin, I'll be like, I'm doing Archon quests, or I'm gonna go farm for certain materials for a character, or this character story quest, that kind of thing. But I don't know, if I don't go into a stream with no goal in mind. I feel like that's a really detrimental thing, is because people don't want to see you do nothing on stream. They want to see you do something that's entertaining to them and
Yeah.
worth their time.
I've never understood the mentality of, I'm just going to go live and see what happens. It's like, no, you can have a
No.
loose plan, but you should have a plan, right?
Yeah.
Like, because if you don't know what you're doing, why should people care? That's my personal thing about streams.
Yeah. That's how I think too. Yeah. The same thing with making thumbnails, honestly, is I won't put anything unnecessary on it. Simple to me is best, because if it's so complicated and there's a lot of layers and this is glowy, the title's in different colors, and it's too much and people will just get turned off by it. So you gotta make the important things
I
stand
agree.
out, which is me and a title. Me and the game logo, if anything. So that's how I would do things. Yeah.
I agree.
Um.
All right. Flammarian asks, what got you into streaming? What's the best parts and what's the worst?
Oh boy. I started streaming, I think it was because I saw HoloLive. Yeah, I saw the EN debuts and I was like, ooh, VTubers are fun and cute. And I started watching them, not going to streams, but I watched a lot of clips. And I was like, oh, these are really fun. This looks like fun. And I told my friends about being into VTubers. I did not realize that telling your friends you're into anime girls talking on the internet was something weird, but they were like, you'd be a good streamer. You have a lot of things you could talk about. And then in my head, I just started listing the things that I could do as a content creator in general, and was like, okay, I could play instruments on stream. I could teach stuff like languages on stream. I could connect with a lot of people internationally because of that. And I know how to sing. And if one day I went 3D, I could dance because I used to be a dance teacher. So there were a lot of things that I felt like I could do. It was a matter of how I was going to do it. So VTubing was the safest bet for me, I think, because I like anime, I like VTubers. But also I was worried about my privacy like a lot of people are. So then I started streaming with like a PNG, then I went chibi, and then I had full boing boing model. And I was like, okay, this is something I want to do forever. Yeah, that's how I got into it. It was inspiration from other VTubers, like many other VTubers on the internet are. Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little self centered. I like the attention. I may be introverted, but I like the attention. And I will wholeheartedly, openly admit that. Wait, best and worst parts? Best part is, doing shit like this. Like talking to other VTubers, getting to see chat. It's the community part. I always liked that. It's a little scary to think that I'm so attached to my community. I feel like I need emotional attachment, detachment to like live IRL more. But touch grass and shit. I think I need to do that more. But I mean, I like talking to people. I like making content that other people enjoy and realizing that people like it. I get a lot of external validation and yes, I like the praise. I will take it. Thank you very much. The worst part, I think we've talked a lot about the worst parts of VTubing.
We've talked about a lot of them, yeah.
Yep, there's a lot of bad parts. Do you have an idea of what's the worst?
I don't know. My worst part is probably a lot different than other people's worst parts, but at least on YouTube, it does feel like a lot of the time, well, content creation in general, you're really on your own for a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
There's a massive amount of stuff that you have to learn in a very short amount of time to even be remotely successful. Like it's not just one thing. It's like you have to learn all these skills and then keep learning the skills and keep improving them and make them better and better and better and better, or else you get left behind by everyone else. And it's a very emotionally taxing thing as well. Because when you do something and it does well, you feel awesome. And if you do something well and it does poor, you feel like crap. Like
yes.
And that I think that's what wears people out the most is like it's one thing to experience highs and lows.
Mm-hmm.
It's another thing to experience only highs and lows, which I feel like is what content creation is you're either doing the best you've ever done or you're chasing that high.
It's to me, I've always felt like it was a bit similar to drugs. You know, you're on it, feels great, and then once it's gone, it's like I need that again, and it's an addicting feeling to want to experience that. Yes, I'm doing so well. I'm getting so many views on this, and I'm growing. It's you feel so bad the second that it's all over, and I hate that I can't express it on stream too much because if I do, that negativity seeps into my chat and then they'll start pitying me. Or they'll be like, "Oh, you're being sad. You want the clout now. You just want pity from other people." And I hate that. I don't like people assuming that. So
yeah, and there's also like it's nice that I think we both foster communities where we can be a little bit more real with people sometimes about like what goes on behind the scenes. But like the truth of the matter is, unfortunately, only your loyal viewers will care about that. Everyone else, that's a major turnoff to. And so like you want to be transparent with your community, but when you do that, you usually also end up hurting it a little bit, which is it's so weird how that works. And so making content creator friends is probably the worst thing you can do. It's both good and bad because like they get it, but also maybe this is just really sad to say, but like everyone's all like
It's
content creation,
competitive.
content creation, you need an ego. I firmly believe that for
There's
almost
an extent.
every,
Yes.
like there are certain types where like if you are a teacher or something, like you want to just do teaching stuff, I feel like that's a slightly different mentality. But even
Mm-hmm.
then, on some level, anyone who does content creation has an ego, wants an ego. Like, you want to be the center of attention, and you know directly that if you're talking to other content creators, they also want that. Everyone is self centered in this profession. You kind of have to be. Doesn't mean you can't be friends, but there is unfortunately always a recognition that like you you can't treat a lot of your content creator friends the way that you would like close IRL friends, even if you feel like you're very close with them. Because the fact of the matter is like they got so much crap going on. They're not going to be able to give you the time that you need. And I don't know. It's a lonely profession, which doesn't seem
That's
lonely because you're
sad.
always talking with people. Like a lot of times you're interacting with others, but it's the same concept of you can be friends, quote unquote, with 100 people, but you only have like 3 actual friends, right? That's how most people in life are. Is you can be friendly with anyone, and the fact of the matter is most of the time people aren't like that level of friend with you. Like the super close
Yeah.
friends that will, kind of like King said, will tell you what you need to hear. Because that's, yeah, it's kind of lonely.
It's lonely, I think, is because a lot of people would, you know, they. I've seen this growing. Like when I was at 1K, smaller VTubers would be like, "Oh my god, you're at 1K, hi," and then they would, try and be like, "Hey, can we collab with each other?" And then you grow a little more. It's like, "Okay, I'm at 5K." Someone with 1K is like, "Oh my god, you're at 5K. Hey, can we be friends?" And you realize that, okay, yeah, we could be, but are you trying to genuinely be friends with me, or are you just want me for a collab and then you're done? So can this really be considered friends or like business relationship? And
It's,
I find it hard to be able to tell the balance between the two.
yeah.
Yeah.
Here's actually a good question for you. We'll use us
Mm-hmm.
as an example.
Okay.
Now, I would say this. I'm going to say this as I would define it. I would not define us as friends yet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's mean to say. Like
No.
we've interacted with a lot where we can obviously have a great conversation on stream. We don't really message each other off
No.
stream.
No.
But like that it's it feels to a lot of people like us talking right now is we're good friends. We're not. Like
Mm-hmm.
we're very friendly towards each other. We could
Yeah.
be working towards becoming really good friends, but realistically, we've only known about each other for like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months. Is that
Yeah,
about
about
right?
then, like November. Since November, so like
Yeah.
6 months ish. Yeah. I mean, I've known you for longer, but I never actually talked to you.
Well, okay. Well,
Does that make sense?
that's what I meant. you know.
Yeah.
And so like
Yeah.
but like we will refer to each other as friends on stream. Like my, you said that. I know I've said as like my friend Mieko, and like you said my friend Raelice, like because you called me on stream, like stuff like that. And so it's really funny from a outsider's perspective of like the word friend gets tossed around a lot. It does not mean the same thing that friends like how I would define an actual friend, right? Because friends are people that like I can just out of the blue like be like, dude, I am not having a good day. I need to. Can we just like chill for like an hour or two, right? Like A friend is someone that you can reach out to during a bad moment and they will answer, right? Friend is a word that has a lot of grading. I guess that's true. But like, the problem is with content creation, you have a lot of friends that will gladly do things with you, but that's where the involvement of them stops. Like, and you might even have a blast doing that thing with them, and maybe you'll do it often, but it's very transactional. And it's not because they're malicious towards you. It's not because you're malicious towards them. Maybe you really, really enjoy hanging out with them. It's just the unfortunate nature of content creation is you have a lot of these artificial friends that can feel like they're bigger friends than they are. The only reason why I bring this up is because someone got really hurt by me like not helping them out with something. Because like it was one of those, like, I've known you for like a month. I'm not going to go out on a limb for you. I don't know you yet. Right. Like, but like the problem is when we're talking about all these things, it's like, it takes a lot longer than people realize to build up genuine connections. But you treat a lot of people like friends, and people can conflate the two thinking like, oh, they're really, really good friends. Like, no, it's like your coworkers. Like, you can be friends with your coworkers. Hell, you can even have a great time with them at work. Maybe not hang out with them after work, but like, you really enjoy working with them. You do not want to be in their personal life, right? To me, that's how I would describe it. Is like, I really like interacting with a lot of people. There's very few people that I would feel comfortable, like, in a non-content way, being like, you down to just like chill in Discord for a couple hours, right? Like, that's a different level to me. So
I agree very much.
That to me is the worst part is, and unfortunately, because you can be really friendly with people, you never really know where you are in that spectrum of friendship at any given time. Like, you could think you're way closer friends than you are, and they could think that you're just a fun person to hang out with every once in a while. And like, that's not demonizing the other person. It's not invalidating your own feelings. It's just you have to do so much in content creation. Something has to give, and often it's the friendships that you think are more real than they are. You lean on those, and it sucks because they're not always real. And it's through no fault of you, through no fault of them. It's just the perception can really suck sometimes when you think of someone as a much bigger friend than they were.
And okay, like between us, I think we have like a mutual understanding of this, which is great.
Yeah.
Not everybody would be able to sense that. Like, for me and Cozy, for example, the way I met her, it would have been like this, where it's just, we talk on stream. I know we can have a good conversation for clearly 4 hours now. And like, we can talk about things and it doesn't like die out, for example, I guess is a good way to say it. But like, if I'm having a bad day, I'm not gonna come up into your DMs and be like, "Hey, Raelz, I need someone to rant to." I'm not gonna do that to you.
You
Cause
could though.
I could, but like it feels weird to. I mean, right now anyway. You
Yeah.
know. But for like me and Cozy, that's how it was in the beginning, where it's like I don't know if I can go and talk to her about this, or like, is this okay for me to ask, that kind of thing. But over time, like, it took a while to get to this point of where I can just DM her and be like, "Hey, Cozy, how you doing? I wanna chill. You free now?" Like, it has to take a lot of time, effort, and communication for both parts to really like get to it. Because when you think about it, this is all online. It's hard to tell how friendships are online because we don't have body language and we don't see each other in person. It's very difficult to gauge the closeness you are to somebody, especially as human beings. Like, outside the VTuber model. We are human beings. And these are things that we subconsciously are aware of. And online, you are losing all of that unspoken information.
That subtext,
So
yeah. I
it's
mean,
so difficult to gauge, and I hate that.
to be fair, this is why, because when I started, I collabed with a lot of people. This exact issue that we're talking about is why I don't collab with people.
You get me.
Like, this is why I am extremely picky about who I want to interact with, whether it's on their stream or mine. Is because if I've been burned. I've been burned badly. Like, I've flown too close to the sun, Daedalus. You know? And so I'm extremely picky about who I choose to interact with. Because again, like, once you've been burned once, you get it. You don't, it's unfortunate. It's one of those things that I think that people just don't get until it's happened to them. Because it's such a hard thing to conceptualize, especially with like newer content creators, that you don't understand how it affects you until you've been burned. Because it kind of sours your taste for a lot of things, unfortunately. But it's why when you do find people that you feel comfortable with, generally you're pretty excited, even if it's just to hang out on stream or, you know, begin building into an actual long-standing friendship. Like, you've already done the research to be like, okay, they're probably good. Let's interact with them more and figure, like, it's like any normal friend. It's not like you, unless you're a child, right? You don't just magically become best friends with someone from meeting them one or two times. It's just, it's not how it works. You become friends with them by hanging out many times. And then eventually over time, you're like, wait, why is so-and-so not here? I want him here now. Like, you notice they're missing, and that's when, like, oh, maybe you've actually formed a genuine friendship, as you can tell when they're not there, right?
Yeah.
That's to me how you really, you yeah.
You know. You just know.
You just know.
I feel like one of the sad things is a lot of my viewers, or maybe just VTubing community in general, they assume, like, say you collab with someone once, you're like really good friends, you'll talk off stream, you learn things from each other off stream, and that is very untrue. It's something that a lot of people expect. Like, when I first collabed with Leah from Face Connect, we didn't really talk off stream. Like, it was very minimal. It was very like unplanned, like, oh yeah, let's do it kind of thing. We didn't talk every single day. We didn't talk too much off stream either, besides planning said collab, and then it was like a one and done kind of thing. And you know what? Fair enough. You know, we did the collab.
I definitely
and
didn't do that.
The thing is, I've done it to people too. You know, and I think every content creator or streamer will have done something like that. And it's not a bad thing. I think it gives you an idea of like, okay, this is the kind of collabs you're good with. This is the kind you're not. And this is what I want to do. This is something I never want to do again. And you'll never know until you try it.
And honestly,
So,
I think that really is something that needs to be touched on more. Because, like, what you just mentioned is exactly what I did to you. When did I reach out? I reached out like, oh yeah, April 2nd was like, hey, Mie, do you want to do this thing in 2 weeks? You said yes. I'm like, great. Here's the details. Literally didn't talk to you again until yesterday.
yep. That's fine with me.
Like, but like that's the thing is like, was it because I wasn't excited about it? No. I just had other shit I was doing.
Exactly.
And like, personally, I've kind of looked at collab opportunities and things like that as like, is it just something that you're interested in? If so, that's great. That's all it needs to be. It's like, if you think this would be fun or interesting for you to do, then you should do it. If it's not, just like, it's probably not a big deal to either party. Like, if you're not into it, personally, you know, if you had said no, like, it would have been like, okay, maybe you just don't feel comfortable with this yet. That's fine. I'd look for someone else to try and fill the slot.
Hmm.
Like it's
I
not.
mean, if I said no, it's not like you're gonna hate me.
Yeah, I don't know. I view collabs as opportunities to do fun things with cool people, and not as a value of someone's friendship with me.
Yeah, but that's what a lot of other people think.
But that's what other people think. Yeah, it's
Uh-huh.
because like I'm sure from like an outsider's perspective, like we'll just use us as another example here because we're here. Like I've randomly shown up on your stream a couple times,
Yes.
mostly to pester you because I think it's funny. But and then like now you're here. It's like, oh, from an outsider's perspective, like, man, they must be best friends. Like, no,
No.
we think each other are cool. Maybe we're
Hmm.
working towards a good friendship. We're definitely
Hmm.
not there yet. That's also not a problem. Things take time, right? Like,
Exactly.
but the perception would be like, oh, they're really good friends. They've collabed with you. I've collabed with you more than I have with Cozy.
Seriously?
Technically, yes. But
Oh,
it's like,
damn.
I don't know. It
It's
just,
not it's not a bad thing. I don't see it that way. I think many people would, where it's like, okay, so you're just business partners, and I'm like, sure. It's like it's
but
hard to put a word on
but
it.
is there anything wrong with that? Like that
No, there
that's my
isn't.
question is like I feel like people feel like that sounds mean spirited, but like if you even hello cat. If even if all you are or will ever be with someone is a really great business partner, why is that a bad thing?
I don't know. I don't see it like that. So many people do, but I really don't think that it is. Because
Like
for me,
it's
like full-time VTubing, right? Everybody I see, every VTuber I see is another potential coworker that I'm gonna have. I don't see them as like potential friends I'm gonna have at first. Like, yeah, sure, I can work with you at, like during a collab where we'll like discuss something, and then if it happens, it happens. If we talk more, then sure, okay, friends. But I mean, I can't see every single VTuber in the world as a potential friendship. That's not realistic.
yeah, I don't know. It always feels so cold to say it that way, but like I enjoy
It's the truth.
working with people,
Same.
especially specific people. I would enjoy doing that again. That doesn't mean that I have to or need to be anything more or less than that. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, in the best case scenario, your best friends would also be your best business partners, right? Like, that would be an
Mm-hmm.
absolute best case scenario. And, over time, maybe it can evolve into something like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, I really just feel like if you're more okay with understanding that, like, I just have I have a very business mind of collaborations in general. I've talked about
Mm-hmm.
this at great length, but if I feel like I'm getting something out of it and you're getting something out of it, that is the best case scenario.
Yes.
That and that's all that needs to happen is if I should go into any collab thinking I know what I'm getting out of it and providing you with a value proposition. And if it's not good enough for you, that's okay. Like that's fine.
Yeah.
But like that's just how my business mind works is if I'm getting something I want out of it and you're getting something that you want out of this, that is all that has to be. If it becomes something more, great. If it's never goes past that point, that's fine. Because
Yeah.
now that's assuming that you are trying to help out the other party. As we both know, there's plenty of bad actors out there who only think about themselves, but
Yeah.
those people also don't tend to last very long. So,
That is very true.
because again, streaming's a business, and if in business, all parties need to be making a profit here, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad for viewers when they're just like, "Oh, I think you're best friends," and like we have to break their hearts. Like, nope. it's not how it is. Like it breaks their fantasy. Like every time I, collab with Cozy, someone will bring it up. Like, oh yeah, do you guys like talk off stream a lot? I'm like, well, yeah, sometimes, but it's not as often as you might think. It's because we both have lives. We're both busy. I consider us friends, yes, but I mean,
But
there's
even with real life friends, though, there's that like everyone has this. Are you friend group A or are you in friend group B, C, or D? Right? Like your inner circle of like best friends is incredibly small, but you
yeah.
can be friends with a lot of people. Like maybe there's an airsoft group you like to go play airsoft with. Maybe there's a Magic the Gathering group that you hang out with every once in a while. It's it's I don't know. It's interesting, but I do like I said, personally, I think that is the worst part about any sort of like public facing profession is you have simultaneously more friends than anyone in the world, but also zero friends.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. That's why IRL stuff, support systems outside of streaming and content creation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're important.
Please, for the love of God, don't have all your friends be streamers. You will be very disappointed and probably very depressed.
That is very sad to say, but yes.
I could not handle content creation if I did not have, if my core friend group didn't give a shit about streaming. Like they're not streamers. They're dudes that I play games with and hang out in Discord with. Like that's it. That's all they are. We love it's great, But
I need to be able to go out and drink and have fun,
Yeah. All right, well, we'll do like one or two more questions, and then I need to let you get out of here because you got other stuff you need to do.
I need a shower and get some hot pot tonight. Let's go.
All right, so we got a question from Sakura. Mino, I'm mostly just wondering, are you wearing a one piece with cutouts, or is it a bikini?
One piece with cutouts.
There you have it. Easy question.
It wasn't that difficult, I think. If I take off my jacket, you can actually see the cutouts a bit better.
Yep. Okay.
That was easy.
This question I'm going to ask just because it's funny. Miyako, do you think Ray would be best material for ex-listener ASMR, even the sus and wholesome ones? What? I don't know, Mia. Do I have a great ASMR voice?
You do. I think no. You have to do it in the morning. Okay, you do it in the morning. You bring out the daddy, and you do the whispery shit for like an hour. I think you're set.
Boom. 1,000 concurrent viewers every time. Let's go.
Just wake them up nice and soft and with the morning voice, and bam, I think you're set. I think that is the play. And do I think Cheez-It is life? I can't answer that because I don't know what a Cheez-It is.
It's a...
I'm gonna Google it. What is a Cheez-It?
It's like a cheese chip, but...
This looks like hard ravioli.
Yeah.
Why does it have a dot in the middle?
Look, we don't ask questions.
Unfortunately, I have to say I don't know.
Yeah.
You know why? Why is there a dot in the middle?
Can't even try it on a Monday stream. Good gosh, guys. All right, let's see. Oh, we're gonna. This is a good question. I think this is a great question to end on.
Okay.
Would you rather have 50 quote unquote real lurkers or 10 active chatters?
Ooh. 10 active chatters.
Yeah, that's not. It's a pretty easy choice, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because like the worst. I feel like the worst part of streaming is when you're first starting off and no one's talking.
Yep.
Because there's nothing to bounce off of.
Mm-hmm.
And so like having just a couple people to bounce things off of it's a game changer.
Yeah. I remember the thing is, okay, when I started, right? I wasn't aware of how slow chat could even be because I'd never seen streams before I became a streamer. And I feel like that was a really good training period to learn how to keep people entertained, no matter how slow or fast chat was. Like, if chat is fast, then I will focus more on my own thing, and if chat is slow, I will go on tangents. I didn't realize how important knowing and having that ability was until I really did be in a stream and it was pure just chatting, and I'm like, okay, I just need to summon something out of my ass and say it without a filter, and I think I'll get something. And had I not gone through that period of very minimal active chatters, I wouldn't be where I am today, I think, with being able to communicate so much with my community. So I think it's important to have that period of learning. But now, I think, considering where both of us are, it would do so much wonders for our brain and mental stability to have 10 active chatters than just 50 lurkers who sit there and listen to us ramble.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, that's actually why I started doing the teaching streams. Is because my chat, at that time was like 5 people, right? And so I have a little bit harder time just going off the rails of a conversation, or at least I used to at that time. Now I can go on tangents for forever.
Yep.
But back then, like I had a real hard time like figuring out how to veer off on my own. So I relied more on structure where it didn't really matter if chat interacted, but if they did, then I could bounce off of them. So I really enjoyed the teaching streams when I first got into them because it was the first style of content where like, oh, I'm giving this like good lecture, and then if people chime in, I can bounce off of them, but the content is still good enough without them that I could eventually build into an audience that is, interacting with me. That's how I bridged that gap. But it is kind of crazy how like weird it would feel to not have any active chatters.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I feel like now, if my chat didn't talk or it wasn't moving for a solid minute, I would get scared. I'd be like, something's wrong. I need to
You'd
refresh
feel that
YouTube
primal fear just being like, oh, what's going on? Why is no one saying anything? Is my stream dead?
Yeah. Yeah. Like back as a small streamer, I'd be like, okay, this is normal. Nothing's wrong.
Yeah.
Now it's like I get this sense of panic
Dread.
and anxiety. It's like, oh no, I'm doing something wrong. It's like I fucked up. No one's saying anything. Oh no.
Oh.
I mean, there's moments where I say some weird shit, people don't know how to react, and it's silent, and then suddenly it's like a wave of just comments come through.
That's usually how it works. That's usually how it works.
Wee wee. Alright, is that the last question?
That is, in fact, the last. Cat bit my foot.
I thought that was a hairball.
No, my cats like to bite my feet. But we're gonna go ahead and call it there. So Mia, where can people find you?
On my YouTube channel, which is in the title, and on Twitter, same as the title.
Yeah, I love that change that they made because guys, you can just click on her name in the title and it goes directly to her channel.
I love that.
So
I love it so much.
You should definitely go do that. I think I was also smart and put you in the description. I did. Oh, I'm proud of myself.
Did. Good job.
I had a pinned comment too, but then it got eaten by the question and answer section. So, yes, everyone, please go check out Mia. Thank you for hanging out with me for the second longest Off the Rails ever.
Oh God. You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
It was a lot of fun, and hopefully, I'll get to call you when you're drunk again soon on your
Oh,
stream.
trust me, that's happening next
Oh gosh.
next week or the week after. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's happening.
Oh, I'm
See you in 2
excited.
weeks, dude.
Yeah, see you in 2 weeks.
I mean,
But
if you don't mind me calling, that is.
oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool.
I got to torment you on your stream now.
Yes, you
That's
do.
how this works. But for everyone else, we're going to be rating Starlight Akari. She's working on some Legend of Zelda artwork. I mean, you guys all know
Cool.
Starlight. We rate her like basically every week because she's the only person on during this time slot. Need more people to be on. But thank you, everyone, wherever you're on the world. Hope you have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. But for now, class is dismissed. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.